Live.
Okay, we are live, returning to our testimony in Senate Economic Development, Housing and General Affairs on the housing crisis and flood recovery. We are joined by Senator Dick McCormick of the Natural Resources and Energy Committee and Representative Robin Chestnut Tangerman, Vice Chair of the House General and Housing Committee. We are a little behind, so we just want to appreciate the patience of our witnesses and remind people to, keep it to 5 minutes if possible, and then probably get to one question per witness. So we had the pleasure of touring Barre this morning in some of the hardest hit flood zone areas, and we have Nicholas Torella Castro, City Manager of Barre, joining us again to continue the conversation about the impacts on Barre's housing stock.
Thank you, Senator. And I want to thank you and the members who joined us today in downtown Barre. As you could see, we had some real devastation in parts of our city, and we have a long road to recovery. And not only that, but we have sort of the ongoing crisis of how we help people who have been impacted prepare for the heating season. So I want to just share with the folks watching and other members who weren't there today, just some of the impacts, the quantification of the impacts. We're estimating about 363 buildings sustained some sort of damage in the flood, and those buildings contain about 517 units. And to put that in perspective, the city has, I'm using round numbers here for simplicity, but we have about 4,000 households, and about 1,800 of those, roughly 1,900, are owner occupied, and about 2,100 are rental units. So this is a big portion of our housing stock. Roughly 10% has been impacted. So the impacts were also concentrated in a part of the city that tends to be higher need on the north end. So unfortunately for many of those people, certainly the $41,000 they're going to get from FEMA is not going to go far enough to do all the repairs on their homes that are necessary. And many of them may struggle to come up with the resources that they'll need to make the repairs that are required to be in the floodplain. So we're looking at a real challenge there with the people who are facing these housing challenges in the immediate in these first couple of months. I want to also talk about some of the challenges we have with sort of the emergency housing situations. As you may know, we used the Barre Auditorium. The Red Cross stood it up as a shelter that has wound down. It is certainly available as an emergency housing location. The challenge there is, which we all sort of went through with the end of the general assistance program, is the city doesn't have anyone to staff it. We would need certainly assistance from either the Red Cross being activated again or some other assistance from the state level to operate the auditorium as a shelter. We know that's not a perfect solution. Many people don't like the congregate shelter setting. Certainly not ideal, really, for families who are impacted with children, people with medical needs. So it's certainly a resource, but not sure if it's going to be the ultimate solution. It also has a capacity of about 367 individuals. So even if everybody who was impacted, wanted to be at the auditorium, we wouldn't be able to house them all there. Some of the other struggles we've run across with emergency housing is that the FEMA shelters, number one, they're not adequate, suitable for the cold here in Vermont, the heating season that's coming up. And number two, they cannot be placed in the floodplain, which I understand. For Barre, that means that there's very few places where they can go. We don't have a lot of flat expanses of land besides the auditorium parking lot, really, for trailers to be set up and for modular homes to be set up if they have to be out of the floodplain. I think I want to mention as well that we're in addition to the impacts that we're looking at with the number of buildings damaged, we're estimating 17 homes will be significantly damaged. That's a FEMA term of art. And then an additional 14 on top of that are likely to also be categorized that way. So we're looking at about 30, roughly 30 homes that will be in the worst shape after the flood. That doesn't also count several homes that are endangered by our ongoing crisis, which is landslides. We have about 20 active landslides in the city. Many of them are, we've prioritized, we've triaged down to about 6 or 7 that are of the highest concern. And those are ones that are threatening homes. So we have, for example, 2 homes on Pike Street that are threatened by an old railroad bed that's owned by the city that's above them. Those houses, besides having standing water in the basement since July 10th, which is not great, but otherwise those houses don't have any structural damage. They just are uninhabitable because of the threat that looms above them. So we have several homes in addition to those 30 that are significantly damaged that are at risk because of landslides that would require significant mitigation. So those are the things I wanted to leave the committee with. I really appreciate the time for all of you who came to see sort of what we're struggling with and what our challenges will be. We know there's a long road ahead. We're really open to, really all options have to be on the table for us. As I mentioned to those of you there today, Barrie's a landlocked city. We're 4 square miles. We don't have a lot of space. We don't have space to grow. I mentioned to some of you, we've been trying to place a public works garage that's been in need of repair for many years now, when we can't site it within the city. So finding places to recover this housing that could be lost will be a challenge for the city. We're going to have to be creative, and we're going to have to be prepared for some things that might make some people uncomfortable. I think there's going to be some difficult decisions ahead for all of us. I think along the way, we all have to be prepared to not get exactly the solution that we'd hope for. And there will be trade-offs along the way across the board so that we can, deal with the geographic constraints that we've been dealt with and not lose any net housing stock. So thank you, Senator. I'm happy to answer questions, or if there's anything else you'd like me to expand on from what we discussed today, I'm more than happy to go into that.
Thank you. I mean, I think I'll just ask you the question that we hope everyone can answer for us, which is, the number one thing the state can do to be your partner in this recovery. It can be something that we need to do to get out of your way, or something that we need to do to bolster your effort.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a lot of it will be flexibility, nimbleness. Government's not designed to be nimble, but we're going to have to be with the heating season coming up upon us. And that's where I mentioned that, we're going to have to be prepared for things that make some of us uncomfortable to get to yes, because we just may not have better options, and the options on the table may all have problems with them. So I think nimbleness, flexibility will be key. Resources, are important. We're already, a tax burden community in Barrie, and we just, we know that we're going to need, the FEMA is not going to go far enough for us at this moment. We don't know what additional assistance will be coming from the federal government, but to the extent that there are allocational dollars that can come to help cities that were hardest hit, those are the things we need. It's about nimbleness, agility, and resources to move. I will say the state has been very responsive for us thus far. So the things that we're now ready to sort of pivot, and I'm thankful for you, Senator, for having this conversation to sort of the rebuild. I will say during the recovery and the cleanup, the state has been extremely responsive, for which we're very thankful. They had a state contract for debris pickup, which was a huge success in Barrie City. They assisted us with the paving of North Main, as you all saw today, which looks great, and has reconnected that neighborhood to the city again. So I'm hopeful the state will be there. So far, they've been very responsive during the recovery cleanup. We'll need them to be just as involved and engaged as we step into recovery and rebuild.
It's a very good point. Thanks so much, Manager Storelli Castro. Mayor Hemrick, I wondered if there were a few words you wanted to add, or you feel things are covered. It's up to you.
No, I think they're really well covered, and again, I'd echo the manager's thanks for coming to Barre today and talking with us and just bringing a focus to these important challenges ahead.
Thanks so much, and we know everyone on this call is, doing triple duty with taking a lot of time away from other duties and family to help with the recovery. So we just really appreciate you, and thank you again for taking time this morning to be with us in person and here again. So I will let others ask questions for the next witnesses. If we can turn to Beth Boy, the chair of the Johnson Select Board.
Hello, thank you for having me. My internet is a little bit funny, so I'm going to turn my video off for a minute. It's not happy.
We understand.
Yeah, sorry, my internet's a little bit funny, but I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to just speak and then I'll show you. I would like to also show, I'd also like to show some pictures in addition to speaking. So I just want to quickly start off by saying thank you very much. And there is an open invite to visit Johnson if you're interested as well. Johnson is a community with a median household income of $41,000 per household, and 14%, almost 15% of those families live in poverty. And in terms of impact of the storms, we had the highest per capita hit in Lamoille County when it comes to storm damage. So I just want to point that out. Also, listening to all of the numbers that folks keep talking about, I'll just tell you, it's really frustrating and confusing because those numbers are very different. When I hear about the FEMA destroyed home numbers, that is very different from the fire and safety numbers. In Johnson, we have a total of 88 properties that we consider flooded when it came to the fire and safety numbers. And of those, a very small percentage fell into the floodplain from FEMA maps that are last dated in 1984. About half, a little bit more than half, actually fell out that were flood damaged, and severe flood damage, not minor flood damage, by the way. About half of those were outside of that 100-year plane, getting into the 500-year plane for Johnson. And when we look at numbers such as the 211 reports, we have 47 homeowner reports, which include both owner-occupied and landlords, an additional 52 renter households that reported, with 109 people within those renter households. But this is a big but. There are many people that I talk to in passing who have not filed for FEMA because either they had flood insurance or because they're a renter and they don't want to bother. And also there is a variation of people who've reported 211 and people who have not. And of all of those people that we're talking about, many of them are displaced and living with friends and family. Some are living in tents, and you can see evidence of that by visiting the mobile home park. Others are using assets that have been provided to stay in hotels, and some of the hotels that folks have been staying in have been as far away as St. Johnsbury from Johnson, which is an hour's drive, and the Chittenden County area. Also, when you get into Burlington, South Burlington, Williston, that's another hour from Johnson, opposite direction, and some families have bounced from St. Johnsbury to Chittenden County. So I just want to throw that out because there is a pretty severe impact to the state of folks within our community, and many people displaced. I'm going to keep talking, and as I talk, I'll just show some of the pictures, and I want to talk about some of the specific situations that folks are experiencing. This is a photo of Main Street the night of the storm. This was around 11 p.m. midnight. We have talked to many folks within our community who have are still living in their flooded homes. So some of them have gutted those homes, some of them have not. This is an example of a Main Street home, and you can see the water line on the door here. So that's right across from Sterling Market, which also flooded. If you're looking down Route 15 headed toward the Chittenden County area, this is Route 15. So as you can see, that's a pretty severe flooding occurrence. And this is after the waters receded, one of those homes within that area of the previous picture. The residential streets that were impacted included Railroad Street, Main Street, River Road West, River Road East, and a trailer park. It's a pretty solid mix of owner-occupied properties along with rental units. This is the Railroad Street Bridge, and I will tell you that this is really, really high above the river typically. This took out the sewer pipe. Our sewer plant, you probably have heard that the sewer plant was a loss during the flooding, and this is a broken pipe as part of that. And here you can see the flood line here on this tree. It did go up this high, and these following properties were impacted. You can see the electrical unit and the water access here for one of the residential units, and this is River Road West. River Road West homes had water lines that went just below the height of the door or the garage doors, and we'll see that in a few other. That's actually the water line that the arrow is pointing at. This is a single family owner-occupied neighborhood, and all of the homes within this neighborhood were pretty severely impacted. This is one of the mobile homes down in the mobile home park. You can see that their water washed out, and I know you talked about property damage in addition to home damage. The water line you can see is this dark blue here, and they did lose their electrical access into the home, and also their driveway washed out. This is another view of that same home. And this is the FEMA map. This is Johnson area and the places that FEMA visited. And we had flooding throughout. This is the Hogback area. This is Route 15. We had flooding as far back as the Hogback area. We had the organic farm flooding around here, this area, and then this goes into the village, and this is Railroad Street and River Road and the Main Street apartments, along with some other flooding on other smaller roads as well. I just wanted to share some of those pictures to get a feel for what's happening. We do have FEMA. United Way has been great, and they're hosting a meeting with FEMA tomorrow night to help support the community. We have a lot of people that I suspect are going to be in situations where staying with friends and family aren't going to be sustainable. So we already know of people who are not in homes and living elsewhere, but I'm really concerned about the impact of the people who are going to be displaced once again. So I just thank you for your time. The impact to our community is pretty significant, and not only have we lost residential homes for our community, and our population is much smaller than it was, frankly, before the flood. We also lost our post office and market and some other key community assets that really bring people together. So my ask of this committee and all of state committees is that you're involved in our planning moving forward, in being resilient and thinking about what the impacts really can be. We do live on two where two rivers meet in Johnson. We are a high flood impact town, but I also think that there are ways that we can move ahead more wisely and help mitigate future events. And that same ask of, government is government for a reason, but however we can remove red tape, I really, really would appreciate it. It'll help us move forward quickly.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Absolutely. Questions for the Chair? I'm just I'm glad we have a member of the Natural Resources and Energy Committee here because those floodplain maps are going to be really critical to update, it sounds like. And that might be your committee's jurisdiction. Yeah, 70s, 80s.
But who does them? The state does them and FEMA does. It's a combination. May I just say?
Oh, Senator Hill.
I just had a question, not related to housing, but to flood response in general. How many full-time state or town employees does Johnson have? When something like that happens, no, we've got city managers in the bigger towns, but who's responsible? Who coordinates everything?
Yeah, it's a great question. We have a emergency management team that consists primarily of select board and trustee members. We have a village government and a town government. And I didn't work for 2 weeks, and let me just stop my video. I didn't work for 2 weeks, and my partner in this, Evan Patch, who is also on the select board, didn't work for 2 weeks, and we didn't sleep much either. So we were really the first responders in all of this. And we do have a town administrator. We currently do not have a sitting town administrator. We have an interim who was away during this due to family emergency issues. So it was really volunteers. It was the combination of the government boards in addition to a couple of very kind and generous community members who stepped up. But you're right, we don't have the resources to manage this both short-term and long-term. And realistically, if we weren't quite as engaged as in our community as we were, I'm not sure what would have happened in Johnson.
I think that sounds like the story I've heard in most towns. Is any emergency management training provided to the towns? Is it I was just in Montpelier city government, and we really hated coming up with that $2,000 a year for training. In the end, it was the best thing we ever did, but I'm assuming for a smaller town, and that was many years ago, to come up with that for training funds must be difficult.
We do put training funds in our budget. I think the challenge is that we're an elected board that turns over quite frequently. So we do, and we do have full-time employees, but those full-time employees aren't necessarily the ones on our LEMP, which is the emergency management plan. So yes, we can take training, but because of that turnover, I think that in this case, if I could wave a magic wand, my magic wand would be to have somebody from the state come in and help facilitate and direct. Yeah.
Thank you. Did you have a designated shelter for people that got evacuated?
We had a pretty crazy night. Yeah, we did. In our plan, apparently our plan is pretty good compared to other small towns, from what I understand.
The city of Montpelier did not have a shelter, so if you had anything, you would do it better.
Well, thankfully, we have the Vermont State University in our neighborhood, and we called them the night of the flood when we expected flooding. We didn't expect flooding as badly as we had it, but we expected flooding, and we expected that maybe 1 or 2 people would go up there. Well, it turned out that about 30 people went up there because they went from being evacuated we had 27 evacuations during the event. 27 household evacuations during the event. The exact number of people is unknown right now. But we had 30 people showing up at the shelter with pets and soaking wet. And we stood it up ourselves. So that was part of what I worked with. Evan and I both worked with the college and with other local community members. And we staffed it and supplied it and figured out food and water and all those details. And then American Red Cross took over the Wednesday evening.
Hi, Senator Clarkson.
Yeah, Beth, it's good to see you in a different capacity.
Um,
I think just to tag on Ann's concern, I think every one of our towns, particularly those without a number of paid professionals running them, need an emergency shelter plan and a volunteer plan for emergencies like this. We in the same in Woodstock, we're in need of reviving the volunteer piece of that plan. I guess my question is, are any parts of the college useful for housing displaced people now? And how is our partner, because that's one of the things we can do as a partnership, state and towns and public-private. Because I know the college was devastated, but are there any dorms or is there any facility that they could be sharing that you could be using for displaced homeowners and renters?
I honestly do not know the answer to that. I assume maybe, but I don't know the answer to that. What I do know is that the college, so in addition to homes and everything else that flooded, our municipal building did too. So the college is providing a number of services to the town already. We're using meeting space up there. That's where our select board meetings are being held, for example. But in terms of housing, I don't know the answer to that. I do know that they worked with Smugs in the past few months, I think, to get migrant workers housed up there. So I would think that might be an option.
Yeah. Anyways.
Representative.
Thank you. Beth, something that we've been hearing throughout the day, that Barry has Barry City and Barry Town. And I know you mentioned the town and the village, and I'm wondering if that distinction between town and village has made any difference. Was it positive in terms of having more town officials involved, or negative? Are there jurisdictional questions or financial considerations? Just wondering about if
that's a great question.
An impact.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that it has been beneficial in that the village trustees really took over all things utilities, sewer, water, electric. That's their wheelhouse anyway. So I think from that aspect, it was really beneficial. Our emergency management team is a combination of both village and town. So in terms of how we functioned together, forget the spending for 1 second, but just in terms of the operational function, we functioned as one unit. It didn't matter which jurisdiction things were falling into. In terms of financials, the town is taking the lead on follow-up in terms of recovery when it comes to residential units. Our town village dynamic isn't quite one of complete separation. It's not like you're in the village district and you're not also in the town. You're in both if you're in the village district. So we're taking on many aspects when it comes to the residential communications and that type of, and debris removal, for example, where the village is focused primarily on getting the sewer plant up and running. And continuing with the electric management of turning units on as they're available, which, by the way, there are a number of homes that do not have electricity still because they need to replace panels, which is another really big topic for homeowners.
Thank you.
Well, Beth, as I look at our witness list, I think you're one of the only people who's uncompensated volunteer from what I can understand doing this work. And so, we appreciate even more so you taking the time to be with us, and just want to take the opportunity to say thank you for efforts that appear nothing short of heroic to help your community. And I think we all agree that we don't know what some of these towns, what shape they would be in without people like you. So you're really the best of Vermont, and we so appreciate it.
Thank
so
you,
much,
Bev.
Senator. Thank you, senators. Thank you so much. I
And we
really
will
appreciate
come-
the opportunity.
Yes, we will come visit you. We have scheduling issues, but even if it's not everybody, we're going to come visit you.
Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have David Upson, Town Manager of Hardwick, who I believe goes by Opie, unless I'm thinking of somebody else.
No, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, and can I just pause and say, we've been joined by Representative Emily Krasnow, also a member of the House General and Housing Committee. And I want everyone to feel like they can share this airtime. Go ahead, Opie, sorry.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. In this, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. So I was asked to speak at this hearing regarding just the effects of the flooding event for the town of Hardwick, which is situated in Caledonia County. This is one of the counties that was late to the game for individual assistance from FEMA. It was one of the counties that Commissioner Hannaford didn't mention in his list of counties. And Caledonia County is one of the 3 counties in the Northeast Kingdom, which is commonly not represented very well, I believe. And I just wanted to state that. So we had over 60 flooded homes and businesses in Hardwick, in the low-lying areas of the town, which the Lamoille River's headwaters is just north of here in Greensboro. And many small tributaries flow into the headwaters of the Lamoille River as it comes down through the town of Hardwick. Our grocery store, our pharmacy were both flooded out. And I worked with the governor's office days after the flooding to open a mobile pharmacy, because the pharmacy was sending people to Newport, which is about an hour away. So in the 2 low-lying areas, Route 14 south towards Woodbury, and Wolcott Street, which is situated on Route 15 and Route 14. We have 3 state routes that run through the town. And for about 3 days after the flooding, we were cut off from many of the areas. We couldn't get to Morrisville, Montpelier, or St. Johnsbury. The areas that are flooded are a lot of mobile homes. And the cleanup and disposal of debris was an issue a few days after the event. Local volunteer organizations came together and worked with town officials from the beginning of this, when we opened an emergency shelter on Monday night. And that was really a high point in our efforts, was that the community really came together in many ways. We had a lot of, as the days following the rain event, we had a lot of folks from outside the community donating supplies. Truckloads of cleaning supplies came, which was great. And our local police chief ended up delivering, driving around town, delivering cleaning supplies, delivering box fans. We ordered a bunch of dehumidifiers, and we started an exchange program, informal exchange program for dehumidifiers, and which assisted with the cleanup. So I have some concerns for individuals moving forward with the heating season coming. A lot of basements were flooded, and the availability of furnaces, boilers, the availability of plumbers, electricians to be able to come in and hook these up and um, and just the availability of the supply chain issues right now. I had a great visit with some state partners last week. We talked about maybe doing bulk buys for communities for furnaces, plumbing, and heating oil accessories. And then on top of that, or aside from that, we have this FEMA buyout program that's floating around. And I've also heard of some folks that are sending the FEMA money back because they're required to get flood insurance and they can't afford it. And that's one of the, I guess that's one of the fine print of taking a FEMA payout. The buyouts, which
Once again.
the buyouts, I want to make sure that our residents are well informed. And this is something that the town and the individual homeowner has to come to an agreement for. And the proceeds that they can for their home, they would be whole. And I also think it would be very hard in the current housing market to find a place to go. So I've talked to folks and told them that to think long and hard about this, and that I wouldn't be pushing them one way or the other. So there's that challenge. And then we moved to the town side of things. Our wastewater plant was a loss. I wouldn't say a total loss because we got it back up and running. We have biological and chemical treatment. The wastewater plant is tied to economic growth in many ways. You need the capacity at the local wastewater plant to be able to put housing in, to be able to bring businesses into the town. And that's something that we struggle with the limits, the discharge limits, and with our technology at the wastewater plant. We lost a business, the Hardwick Motel, that was privately owned, and it was brought back, kind of had a renaissance, and that was becoming a place. It was full quite often on the weekends, and with the LVRT running through the Lamoille Valley Rail Trail running through Hardwick, the tourism economy was picking back up. So we lost homes, we lost businesses, but I think we gained some community unity through this, and I think we're going to use that in a positive way to move forward. There were several weekends, and we're still doing them, where we had over 70 volunteers come out and help with mucking and gutting basements, piling trash and debris to pick up, and it was really great to see. I can answer any questions, but I grew up here in Hardwick, and I have I'm very fortunate to be the town manager now. I graduated from the high school and worked in state government for a couple years, 9 years, and I'm just really proud of my community, and I will always advocate for it from wherever I need to advocate.
Thanks so much, Opie. We appreciate your outlook and all the work you've been doing. Are there any questions? Opie, I appreciated that you really brought in that rural perspective, the counties that are probably the furthest left behind, the furthest from the social networks that, are up to date on what's needed and how to get it to you. Is there anything else that you think our committees should be thinking about specifically for rural communities as we move forward with the recovery?
I would say assistance with if we have to bring houses the folks that don't take the FEMA buyouts, or the folks that want to maintain, keep their property, assisting with bringing the mitigation efforts for individuals. So, taking areas that are, higher elevation, building those areas up, improving with the mobile homes, improving the base or foundation for a mobile home. I mean, the building world right now, there's a huge cost associated with that and I think programs, I know there's some programs out there, and we're trying to match people up to those programs, but some assistance with that.
No, it's just, Opie, just a question on that. Have you, many communities have launched their own fundraising campaigns. Has Hardwick done that?
So we have a local nonprofit, the Civic Standard, that's about a year old, and I endorse them. They're situated in the old Gazette building right in the center of town, and they're doing good work. And so we endorse them. They actually helped with the emergency shelter, and they've helped with the volunteer effort, and donations haven't come to that. Giving those funds back out as fast as they've come in. Hill Farmstead Brewery created a beer called the Civic Standard, and the proceeds to that beer went directly to the flood relief efforts to the Civic Standard. So we have brought in into our local nonprofits, we have brought in proceeds for relief efforts.
Right. Thanks so much, Opie. It's a very Vermont solution. We really appreciate your time and testimony and being with us and everything that you're doing in your community. So we'll stay in touch. I'm going to take Chair's prerogative to keep our state folks kind of as a chunk and go to Wei Wei Wong from the Professionals of Color Network. Just, recognizing that even if she is compensated, she's highly undercompensated for how much she's doing for BIPOC leaders and residents around the state. So Wei Wei, we just really appreciate you and want to hear directly about your work on the ground and the organization's work.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and the rest of the members of the Senate committee. My name is Wei Wei Wong, she, her pronouns. I'm the co-founder and director of operations and development for the Vermont Professionals of Color Network, or VTPOC. Just so everyone knows, we are a statewide nonprofit organization dedicated to advancing the prosperity of Black, Indigenous, and people of color who work and live in Vermont. And I really appreciate you all for having me today. So I'm here today to lend the BIPOC perspective and experience since the last joint House and Senate committee meeting on flood damage impacts. We already know that across the country, the BIPOC community is disproportionately resourced at the best of times due to unintentional or intentional practices, and that Vermont is no exception. We also know that the BIPOC community faces greater challenges when disasters occur, like the flooding on July 10th, as well as the heavy rains that have hit the state since that time. On average, BIPOC households are far less likely to own their homes. According to the Vermont Housing Finance Agency data, 26 of Black or African-American households in Vermont own their homes. 29% of Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander households own their homes. 42% of Asian households own their homes. And there's some other stats, but specifically, I want to emphasize that 73% of white identified households own their homes. We're talking about data specifically for the state of Vermont. I wanted to lay that foundation so that I can talk more about flood damage to homes since July 10th. And what we found is BIPOC households who are located in the most severely affected areas have applied for FEMA and other sources of support for physical damage to homes that are specifically owned by BIPOC folks. And this is information that I've collected as part of VTPOC and in conversation with community resilience organizations, CROWS, and also the Relief Collective. In general, there have been positive reports of BIPOC community members getting support from FEMA staff. And we've also received some reports of discrimination, but the most successful areas are those with strong BIPOC leadership presence who can advocate for greater support for BIPOC community members. We've also heard stories of BIPOC individuals being unlawfully evicted from their homes. Often when we speak to these individuals, they do not want to stay in the apartment because they no longer feel safe within the home or the apartment. They don't want to stay. They do not want to stay in a space where they continue to be harassed oftentimes. And they do not want to pursue legal action because they just want to be out of a potentially dangerous situation and or do not have the timeline needed to find a lawyer and or do not have the financial resources to hire a lawyer and or they don't want to waste their time when they could be finding a place to live where they can have some peace. At the end of the day, all they want to do is find a safe and affordable and reliable place to live. And yet they're competing with so many others in their respective areas and all over the state as well. We've also heard from other BIPOC households that they have not applied for financial assistance to deal with flood damage to their homes because they don't want to take resources from others who, from their perspective, were more severely damaged. These households feel like the damage to their homes are maybe less urgent than that of others, and they haven't even submitted the information into 211 to FEMA or other informational portals. So in talking with other groups as well, BTPOC and these other mutual aid organizations have been informing these households of the importance of reporting to ensure that the state has the accurate accounting of the loss statewide. We've also, as VTPOC, created outreach materials to inform community members about the importance of reporting their damage. In addition to that, and I think this is what concerns me the most, we have also heard reports from BIPOC homeowners who were and are currently not aware that the damage caused to their homes qualifies as flood damage. This is especially true for those outside of Central Vermont area, especially in the outside of the Montpelier-Barre area. So we've recently started to receive inquiries from BIPOC homeowners who believe that they have had indirect impact as a result of the flood. But when we dig a little bit deeper, we find that actually they do qualify, the issues do qualify as flood damage, but they were simply not aware that it was flood related or that they were in a flood designated area. And so they did not know that they were eligible. So VTPOC has been working to create outreach to notify folks to be aware that they may be eligible and what they can do when they have this realization. Additionally, when we talk to homeowners and also even business owners, we dig a little bit deeper about when we talk about the flood impact on their personal homes to make sure that they are fully aware that they might be eligible for support. And something that the gentleman from Hardwick just talked about, and I'm about to share as well, contractors are hard to come by. We've received information from members who are scheduled to receive a visit, but in many months to come because there is a long list of other homes that these contractors are having to take care of before our members can be attended to. And as others have mentioned, I believe the winter season is coming and the need for heat, water, other utilities to survive is critical. So having those contractors available to support and to rebuild is essential. This is especially important, I think, for those who are not currently applying for support or not aware that they are eligible for the support because they might not be looking for contractors at this time and it might be too late later on. So around that, if we can do anything, if the state can do anything to make it possible for outside contractors from outside of the state to support, that would be amazing. I know that the governor already has, I believe, for HEPA and other such contractors, there is a temporary license available, but I wonder if that could be expanded. I also just want to note that BIPOC business owners, in addition to absorbing the loss of their businesses for the month of July at the minimum, are also dealing with paying rent for both commercial space and also their residential units. And so this is all kind of compounding now where they're not making any income, they're not able to pay their staff, and then they have to think about their commercial space as well as their personal home rents at the same time. So this is a lot of issues that we're facing right now. And in all of this, I continue to ask the state for funding to support VTPOC response efforts, as well as those of the Relief Collective and other similar BIPOC-led organizations who are committing their time and energy and resources to this effort. Specifically for VTPOC, we are seeking $200,000 so that we can bring on our part-time research and technical assistance coordinator, Erin Shaw, to a full-time position. Currently, Erin spends 20 hours per week with VTPOC. That is how much we are able to support her financially. And even without consideration for the amount of time she spends traveling to visit businesses and also community members, she's only able to offer support for up to 3 businesses or individuals per week because of the amount of support that they actually need and they're asking for. We would also like to hire an additional technical assistance coordinator specifically for flood recovery period for at least the course of the next year. There are a lot of community members that we are not able to support right now because we don't have enough staff capacity. For example, Erin is often spending 6 hours on the phone to support unemployment applications for business owners and community members. That takes up to 30% of our time in any given week. And that's just for one individual. So by bringing Erin on full time and also having another full-time technical assistance coordinator, we would really be able to support more individuals, especially those who are not in the Barre Montpelier area, because often those folks are pretty well covered by CBDC and other organizations, especially those who are needing the support but may not have physical damage to their homes or their businesses. Additional funding would cover operational costs such as outreach, general liability insurance, workers' comp, auto insurance, equipment, travel, all of the other expenses that we would incur as a result of this work. And I really just want to express my appreciation for consideration and support for my request today. And as always, to all of the committee members, I am so appreciative of your continued attention to the BIPOC community, to the work that we as VTPOC and others like the Relief Collective, CROWS, and other BIPOC-led organizations have been doing to support the community throughout the state over the last month.
Thanks so much, Wei Wei. Any questions?
I just want to remind, I know we talked about this before in the other hearing, but I just want to remind you, if they have anyone with legal issues, those businesses, that this incredible partnership between the law school and the bar is there up to 10 hours of free legal help. So please have people avail themselves of that.
Yes, we've actually connected. We do have connections with the law school specifically, and they have been really helpful. Sometimes they're not able to support us right away, but I know that we have their attention and they've been really wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Question? Wei, I know that you all are trying to be helpful as well with gaps in language services. Can you speak a little bit more about what those gaps look like?
Yeah, right now, we do have some services that are phone-based, but there is still a great need for in-person translation services, interpretation services. There's also a great need for getting information about what resources are available in those specific languages. So for example, utilizing the Vermont Language Justice Project as a source for creating those messages, either via video and or via audio. And often that gets disseminated through, as an example, WhatsApp. And this can spread so quickly, much quicker than, unfortunately, what the state can roll out. And these are simple messages that can be disseminated so that people have an awareness, even if it's on a basic level, so that they can then reach out to organizations like AALV, like VTPOC, like the Relief Collective. And then we can support them in getting access to interpreters, hopefully with support from the state, so that they can access these resources. And, I think everyone who is part of the state is doing such a great job and making sure that once people get to the landing page or to whatever service they need, that they do have that interpretation service. It's that before they actually even get to that space where we can actually help them, that's where they really need the interpretation service. And then once they get there, having that one-on-one individual support, that is really critical. It's nice to have somebody on the phone, but there are certain nuances to the issues that can't be necessarily conveyed over the phone. It is helpful to have someone via Zoom, but again, having that person there to be of emotional comfort, to have solidarity, that is really helpful.
And I just wanted to make one more kind of comment that I'd be happy to have you respond to. When we turn our attention to workforce in a larger context in the October hearing, I will want to make sure we have witnesses who can address issues of racism and how that will affect who comes into the state and how safe they feel being part of our workforce here. Without having all the details, I think Montpelier really got a dose of what the rest of the workforce looks like in the country. And we're going to have a lot of brown and Black people who are our trades folks, our majority of our labor from out of state, and probably also have are multilingual and have limited English proficiency. And we're going to be hoping to partner with you and others to make sure that communities know how to be welcoming and address issues quickly that arise where it feels like some bias is taking place. And as I say that, you all, any money we spend to bring you to that conversation will be well spent if we want to have a workforce for the recovery, because that workforce is much more diverse than the rest of the country.
Yeah, and we absolutely welcome that conversation, and we would love to be part of that.
Thank you. Senator McCormick.
Could you just repeat the statistics you cited early in your testimony of the percentage of various demographics that are homeowners?
Absolutely. Oh, they're not homeless. They are do not own homes. So meaning that a proportion that for example, 26% of Black and African American folks who live in Vermont own their homes. So the rest of that data would be folks who rent. So I cited that because, often that means like the Black and African American community, they're not necessarily in control of how they repair their homes. They're not eligible for FEMA. So that's something to keep in mind.
Thanks so much, Wei Wei.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again. So we have about an hour and 20 minutes left of specific flood recovery discussion. I'm going to look to our state partners to keep us on time. I am going to pause and ask if Kristen Warner, if you have a time constraint and want to go sooner than later. Just as a lived experience witness. Sorry, Chris, that I keep bumping you, but I really. Okay. Well, we'll sort out DHCDs. That's appreciated too. Thanks so much, Kristen.
Is this where you want me?
Yes, that would be great.
Hi, hello, everyone.
Oh,
Good to have you.
I'm a friendly bunch.
Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Kristen Warner, and I am a longtime resident here in Montpelier, having being born at Central Vermont Medical Center and having grown up in Montpelier. This is the third flood that I have experienced. I know Senator Cummings, you're right there with me in the lineup. But this is by far the worst that I've experienced, in part because it's the first time that my home has ever been impacted by the flood. At the same time, my co-parent has 3 businesses that are now underwater, one in Middlebury and then 2 in downtown Montpelier. And so our family was flung into a crisis that I think is going to have a lot of impact for years to come, not only in recovery financially, but just finding stability again. I do want to say that I feel like I'm taking up a slot for an impacted homeowner where there are others that are far more impacted than I have been. I think there's sort of, it seems invisible if you take the highway into Montpelier, but if you drive down on Lower East State Street all the way down to 3 Mile Bridge Road, each of those houses saw their first floors completely decimated with 4 to 5 feet of water. So it's a really devastating 2 to 3 miles to drive. So 2 years ago, I purchased my first home ever, and I purchased it through Downstreet Housing. So I purchased the house as a low income to moderate income Vermonter through a shared equity program, which is wonderful and has been a real game changer for me. My neighborhood runs parallel to the North Branch of the Winooski. So we're right before Main Street Middle School. And in the past, the other bank of the river has always flooded. There are some really notorious photos from the flood of 92, where it's like my friends from school at 10 years old were in canoes around that neighborhood, but it hasn't yet ever crested over to the other side until this year. So I'm a member of a condo association, and there are 13 condos across 6 different properties. And we're all, in order to be eligible for the program, you all have to be within a certain level of income. So my neighbors include an adjunct professor of French from Norwich University, a labor and delivery nurse from Central Vermont Medical Center. We have a custodian, a photographer, and a state employee, just to name a few. And then 1/3 of the association is comprised of retirees. And then there's an additional layer of people that are in the association struggling with mental health issues and struggling with mobility issues. So there's certainly people with disability benefits and many people who require public assistance in many forms. So on Tuesday morning, we woke up, there was sort of the impending doom. We were watching the water fill up from the cameras that were placed in Three Penny and sort of watching the horror of it. And I woke up in the morning to realize that our street was flooded to the point where the entire street from Main Street all the way down to I'm forgetting the name, all the old condos that are in the mill area, the lane shops. And so it was about knee deep, to the point where my neighbor, who is a police officer for the Lamoille County Sheriffs, were evacuating elderly neighbors on our street, carrying them in their arms to dry ground. So that was pretty jarring to witness, and also really grateful that there was an able-bodied young male that had the ability to make that rescue, frankly. So at that point, we realized that the basements were completely flooded. So of the 6 buildings, 3 of them had water nearly to the top of the basement, and the water was looking to come up to the first floor. So at that point, I have no equipment. I'm a first-time homeowner. I literally had no idea other than posting on social media. I think I need some fans. Can someone help me? And then slowly folks came in and were bringing sump pumps and dehumidifiers and fans. And I was left there without even knowing how to turn the sump pump on and without even having power in the basement. So it took a tremendous amount of extension cords and playing around with it and desperate pleas to get some help to figure out how to clear out all of the water in the basement. So for 6 hours, we had 4 sump pumps running, in my basement alone, which is tremendous. And then at the same time, there are 3 women who live in the building next to me that are all of retiree age, and not one of them had the physical capacity to clean anything up. So there I was, not only with my basement, which was huge and full of water, like an in-ground pool, but then neighbors who were relying on me to do that, to clean theirs out. Their water absorbed back into the earth and the foundation where ours did not. So we were able to start cleaning, and it took about 8 hours of hauling 30 years worth of items in the basement. And it was the heaviest, most physical work that I have done in a very long time. And I think on the human story of things, I think it's important to like just put yourself in the position of just being soaking wet, covered in filth, and it's moldy and it's hot. And you know that you're touching things that you shouldn't be touching. It turns out that there's a huge issue in the Montpelier infrastructure where I have an email that I received from the public works director in Montpelier because I had a suspicion that this wasn't floodwater. I had enough sense to know that when floodwaters rise, you're at least taking on different chemicals that are being, released from different spaces and objects. I was unprepared for how much sewer we were handling. And that was concerning, that if the city was aware that there were these 3 spots within the town, that this was in fact sewage overflow, why the residents weren't actually notified ahead of time and instructed on proper PPE. And so the email that we received lays out the 3 areas within Montpelier where they were doing repairs, but the repairs were not done yet. And it says, and I quote, "The issue with the flood was that the sewer manholes were completely submerged. So even if separation work was complete, we would have overwhelmed the capacity of the collection system with all of the water entering through the manhole covers. Additionally, much of the collection system is constructed of clay tile pipe, which does not have gaskets at the joint and allows groundwater to install a back check valve, which would need to be regularly maintained, or a manual shutoff valve for which you would have to be present to shut off in flooding. I would have liked to have been aware before I went into the waters for 8 hours exactly what I was touching. One of my friends experienced hives the next day, and my partner was vomiting for 2 days after cleaning out my basement. So the damage done includes 3 brand new boilers, repair to 5 boilers, professional mold mitigation and cleaning services of all 3 basements, rewiring of the electric panels, sheetrock replacement, plumber inspections, installation of permanent sump pumps and dehumidifiers, and inspections with structural engineers, all resulted in $42,824 worth of invoices. That's staggering for low-income residents. Even if we're homeowners, I understand the responsibility of dealing with repairs, but that was out of the ordinary and a tremendous amount for all of us to handle.
A new boiler. The city of Montpelier has an ordinance that says when you replace your boiler, you have to take it out of the basement. Is that just for businesses downtown, or is that hit you?
We've had no communication around what the requirements are. I'm hopeful that the professionals that we hired are aware of that.
Been in social media a lot because that's nice, but where is it going? And there is $10 million with Efficiency Vermont. Homeowner grants, and that would be more of a heat pump efficient, but you might check with that.
The challenge is that when you're in it, you're in a crisis that you're just looking to get the work done right away. It wasn't that none of us were in the headspace to navigate resources that we need. If there had been, if someone had shown up at our house and said, these are some programs, let's sit down and do it, that would have been different. And I don't mean to be so helpless, but the level of exhaustion and just emotional wear and tear, we were not able to make clear decisions over, efficient or better ways to get it financed. So that figure of $43,000 speaks nothing to what we lost, which were washers and dryers, ski equipment, patio furniture, boxes of family photos, photography and art, tools, camping gear, rugs, and much more. And at this point, we're expecting that FEMA will deny our claims and that our insurance will not cover it. And that's a bitter pill to swallow because that's almost probably, I would say, equal into the repair number is the cost of what we've all lost in materials. So
what leads you to believe you're going to be denied? Has that already been communicated to you?
I have struggled. So I've had inspection with FEMA. There's no communication after the inspection. They have all this follow-up information that FEMA, I think I would rate them a 1.5 stars if I had to, where
That's a fact.
yeah, out of a 5, because they weren't clear on what I needed to come prepared with ahead of time. So I didn't bring any of the documentation that was required or have it compiled. And so then it just ends up meaning they have to come back, and there's nothing other than a single piece of paper that I've received from FEMA and a phone call that outlines the process of my claim. And so that's a challenge for me to believe that it will come forward and I can be assured that there'll be funds there based on the communication with FEMA to date. So this other, aside from clearing the water, one of the most anxiety producing events of the entire flood was the following email I received from the Montpelier city manager. It was titled Potentially Dangerous Situation. The Wrightsville Dam has only 6 feet of storage capacity left if water exceeds capacity. The first spillway will release water into the North Branch River. This has never happened since the dam was built, so there is no precedent for potential damage. There would be a large amount of water coming into Montpelier that would drastically add to the existing flood damage. This will be particularly bad along the North Branch River corridor and into downtown. Unfortunately, there are very few evacuation options remaining. People at risk areas may wish to go to the upper floors of their houses. The city has asked for swift water rescue assets to be moved into areas to assist when possible. As a precaution, the city is moving the dispatch water center to the water treatment plant where already established operations jointly with Berry City. We will also move our full emergency operations center to the treatment plant as well. Computer and radio systems at the police station may become incapacitated if floodwaters increase. Again, this could be a dangerous situation. Like, what do you do when you get that? My house, if that much water came pouring through, I don't know if my house would stay on its foundation. And so the idea that you're in danger and just go onto the second and third floor, like, that's unacceptable to me. That is an unacceptable answer. And there's a responsibility of the city to do evacuations prior to releasing the dam. That's unacceptable.
This isn't there was a communication in which the word reach was used. I went out that day and looked at the dam, and I had to look down to see the water. I thought it was coming over the top. It's just that the second spillway, there's one that works all the time.
Yeah.
This is your second release, but it isn't. But a lot of people had the idea that the dam had been breached and there would be a wall of water coming down Elm Street. And yeah, I didn't get that email because I'm up in a hill. But you could have been evacuated up Main Street if there had been a shelter like there had been before at Vermont College. You would have been evacuated.
It felt like we were abandoned.
Yes.
And then for 24 hours. Or nonstop trying to get answers. I drove to the reservoir and the water was up to Route 12, which
It's all along,
which
yes.
is a shocking amount of water. And so there was just a lot of anxiety that I carried around what's going to come and not trusting that the city would do adequate notification if that were to happen based on what I think is inadequate communication. So I do think before I get into my suggestions, I think it's important to note that there is a lot of known data and statistics about in the nation and globally that there are that low income and poor people, frankly, are being housed in these flood zones. And it's no different in Montpelier. When I grew up, I lived in Section 8 housing and we were up on Berlin Street. And there's a Section 8 housing on Elm Street and Cummings Street. At this point, they've gentrified the apartments up on the hill. And so now all the low income folks are still at the river. And so this is still a problem. There were 3 women that I went to high school with that through this flood have lost their homes, either temporarily or permanently from flooding, and their mothers. And many of us that grew up in Montpelier and stayed in Montpelier are from low-income families. And so now it's just, these are the folks, of course, that have the least resources to be able to recover from the flood. And I think that we need to look at not housing all of our downstreet citizens, all of our apartments and all of our condos and everyone at the river, because the people that can't afford to recover are all up on the hills. And so there's this calls into a lot of class issues with the flood. So I did ask my friend that I went to school with at Montpelier High School, Tanya McGrath, who's been displaced. She and her husband, Stephen, they have 2 children. And this is what she wrote and asked me to read to the committee. We've been extremely blessed with how much community support we have. A great place to stay. Well, I haven't fully assessed what we have lost to mold and extra expenses, etc. Our apartment is on the 3rd floor, so it's nothing compared to what our neighbors on the 1st floor lost. We are very lucky. That being said, the uncertainty of the situation is crippling. It has taken a toll emotionally on the family. I've had to miss work. I've had trouble sleeping on and off, a hard time keeping track of what day it is. We were hacked during all of this, and not being home made dealing with that even harder. Things have been getting better slowly and surely, but my family has been struggling for a while now. This has put a hold on all of our efforts to improve our situation. A reliable car, a job hunt, going to help my dad with end-of-life transition stuff, and concerned about my husband's chronic health issues and everyone's health when it comes to being exposed to this toxic mess. So just a few takeaways is that I think that the communication from these city officials should be in a more timely manner. We did our cleanup on Tuesday and found out on Friday that we had to sort the debris. There's nothing more demoralizing than spending 8 hours hauling it and then these huge piles and then being told the only way to they would pick it up is if we go back and sort it through. And I called the city and said, absolutely not. I just don't actually physically have the strength to do that. And they were good about that. But I think on their checklist for the municipalities, they need to get that order in right away. We really needed clear and transparent communication about the extent of the sewage in the water prior to making cleanup effort. The flood cleanup for both the housing and the business community was greatly hindered by the fact that the designated emergency agencies were themselves victims of the flood. And so that has to get addressed. I mean, you can't not have 911 accessible in a flood. That's not going to work. Importantly, our insurance company required 2 quotes from every contractor before approving any funds. We were number 47, or that's the lowest number of the wait list to be for our home to get cleaned up or to get electricity coming back and running. And we couldn't do 2. That's egregious to request that. And I don't know if that's a personal insurance piece or that's across the board, but that really hindered our ability. Contractors are too busy to do it. We were too busy to search it. It was unreasonable. If Union Mutual,
Needed 2 contractor quotes with
our insurance company.
insurance company.
Okay, members of finance. Or members of the finance.
Yeah.
And they call the committee.
And that's not great. And it's a disaster.
We were,
It's a disaster. That's.
so that was what we were told in our policy, and we received no communication otherwise. So importantly, I feel very fortunate to work for an employer that allowed me to just to deal and handle with this. It's been a part-time job just to return all the items that I borrowed and meet all the inspectors and manage all these pieces. And my employer allowed me to take as much time, and I did not work for 2 straight weeks. And then have been like slowly working back up. And for those folks who, so not everybody had that chance. So homeowners on top of this have lost wages or burned through earned time, which frankly, like people need a vacation more now than ever. So that's a huge piece. And I don't know if policy wise, if the Department of Labor for future climate issues can really look to, if you haven't lost your employment, so to speak, but you've lost those wages.
There is disaster unemployment system, and we are trying to gather as many stories as we can
Yeah.
where people are being denied. Like, if your car was destroyed, you can get it, but if your car is surrounded by floodwater, you can't. So, we're trying to understand all the gaps there.
So then, I mean, obviously, the city of Montpelier or any city, we would want them to take those steps that were listed to fix the infrastructure so that in future floods, there's not the immediate release of sewage. I think that's been really an awful experience. The delay in the debris cleanup was substantial. It was over 2 weeks before we had the debris. And at the end of the street is it's a rental storage place. So the entire barn came out and there was just the street. You had to zig and zag through, piles that were taller than I am. And until those piles are removed, people can't start to recover. And so I would hope that that delay would be shrunk in future situations. And then obviously Wrightsville Reservoir needs to get addressed because this is going to be an ongoing problem. And then importantly, I saw a tremendous amount of support for businesses. And I have this because of my day job. I understood all the different groups and agencies that were stepping in. And I didn't feel that as a homeowner. I didn't feel that anyone contacted us. I didn't feel like anyone showed up. I didn't know where to go for the information. So I think that can be improved. And then I think my biggest worry coming out of the flood was that it's really very probable that my neighborhood could be full of retirees. And the fact that 3 elderly women, like one of them on oxygen, the other unable to move, didn't have children that could come help. They weren't connected. These women don't know how to get on Zoom. And they didn't know, they're not on social media in the way that my generation is on social media, which is largely how I patched together my recovery. They don't have that. And so if I hadn't been able-bodied and community-oriented and willing to clean up, it's likely they wouldn't even have known that their boilers were out until winter. And there's just a tremendous concern for me around for my 92-year-old neighbors across the street and for these women all above their 80s. Like, what are we doing for the senior citizens that aren't connected through the senior center and who are alone, and who's looking out for them? And is there a way to create a registry or directory where we know where people are so that we can find them? Because I think that those folks, I'm physically and emotionally exhausted. And when you're 92 years old and you watch your house go take on water and you're incapable of fixing it yourself, like, you're just even more vulnerable than those of us that are able-bodied. So I think that there's some real thought in how we take care of elders in living situations when they're still living independently. That's what I have to offer. Thank you so much for giving me the time to speak to you all. Questions for Kristen?
Just so sorry you had to go through this.
Thank you.
I'm just disappointed by the town's outreach.
Right, and many of these things could have been anticipated. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And just with respect to information, I guess this is a comment, but I would like what you would think. It is older people, but with younger people, if the power goes out, if cell towers go down, something that has flyers in neighborhoods and having someone come around or put up signs, just the old fashioned way.
There's also, I mean, I spent 2 days hauling out basements and then went in and hauled out the businesses that were part of the family and the friend community. And so honestly, like, I wasn't on my phone. I wasn't looking for things. And all I want someone to do is say, this is how you sign up for alerts for the city, or this is the central place as a homeowner to get information. It's too much to expect in a crisis that people know how to navigate those webs. So I think, each municipality should really think through like central sources for information and really make them comprehensive in a true way. I think that would go a long way.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your time.
It's really lucky to have you. I'm very grateful that you testified today. I feel like we really illustrate being on the cusp of prosperity and time and privilege, and those who would never have the time or opportunity or wherewithal to sit in front of our committee. And just, if you're going through what you're going through, how many barriers they're facing, how much trauma they're experiencing, how much this is compounding what they've already been going through. So really, on top of all the other unpaid labor you're doing, you brought your own story and other people's stories, and we can't appreciate you enough. You've said a lot of things that I think we might have known in theory, but not, fully understood, and things that I hadn't heard before. And I think it's, the good news in the Senate is you have natural resources, finance, housing, government operations, and institutions. And I think you touched on all of those committees. So please, I know you have other reasons you're in the State House, et cetera, but please don't be afraid or feel any hesitation to tell us the stories that you're hearing and how it can help.
Thank you.
Senator Rob.
Again, I want to thank you for coming and for your testimony, which was very enlightening. But one of the things I think you have shown is that individuals see an awful lot of things that affect them in an incident like this. And this, to me, points to the importance of an effective, independent after-action report that collects information from you and from others like you, from businesses, from individuals, from renters, from landlords, a wide variety of information that can inform how we do this better the next time. And we all know there will be a next time. And we do a great job of looking forward to what we want to do, but we don't typically do a very good job of looking back to say, how did things go and what went wrong, and doing it in a disciplined manner. And that is what I think is going to be really crucial that we establish to make sure that we in fact have learned from this and do it better the next time.
I think we're really fortunate. We have Sue Minter in the lineup to speak within the next hour. Thanks so much, Kristen. Thank you. Point well taken. And I did not want to sort of abridge any of your remarks. So now we have about 25 minutes for the next two topics each. So 25 minutes to discuss mobile home park considerations and exacerbation of the already existing homelessness crisis. There's a different number of witnesses for each, so I won't, be too much of a stickler, but we do want to stay on time, and I think we can if we transition to the broader housing market and the Home Act at 3:00. And Chris, I heard you say you could, I feel like you'll be a thought partner and a star witness at our next hearing as well. So, we'll continue to stay in touch, and we appreciate that. But as I turn to mobile home park considerations, I do want to say there was a thought of trying to also go to the Berlin Mobile Home Park this morning. I made the call with Peggy that it felt like we would actually be causing more upheaval, that we'd force people to have to come back and explain things to us when some officials weren't available today. So we're in touch with Representative Gosselin, and we'll add that to that, Ann Donahue and the town manager, and try to better understand the situation on the ground. So
Not one of Weston Mobile Home Park
Okay.
on Road 12
yeah.
was wiped
Also
out
this.
by Irene.
Oh yeah.
They aren't one of the two mobile home parks. So it might be good to get the difference, because they did make changes at Weston,
Yeah.
and it did a lot better.
So
Irene
right.
did it a lot.
We'll include as many people as we can in scheduling, I think, a mini tour. And I just, I think we're so grateful and lucky to have Sean and Arthur at the helm. I remember you both from Tropical Storm Irene, and I'll never forget when we were in Waterbury, Duxbury, and Art said, mobile home park residents make up 8% of the population and 40% of the victims of Tropical Storm Irene. So you two have done so much, and we were finally in a place to get resources to mobile home parks. And now we need to make sure those resources are put to work for disaster recovery. And we're grateful to hear from you. And I suppose Ryan and Rebecca, to the extent that you want to jump in, I don't know if folks have any time constraints, et cetera, but we'll start with Sean for the overview.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. Sean Gilpin with the Department of Housing and Community Development. And just for context, as Senator Hinsdale mentioned, I was at the time of Irene, actually the director of the mobile home program at CVOAO, where Ryan Garrity is hailing from today, and hopefully we'll leave some time to hear from those folks. So this is an unfortunate familiarity to some extent, but as was also mentioned, thank goodness we did not have the 16 parks that were affected after Irene. We've really only had about 4. That were significantly affected to the point where homes are destroyed and damaged, and we're working on that, and I'll get to those details in a moment. Some of that was luck of the draw. Some of it was very much the mitigation efforts that were taken after Irene that I think have proved helpful. So I don't want to minimize, however, the plight of the probably 52 or so home owners that they've lost everything in these floods. There's 4 parks: Berlin Mobile Home Park, River Run Mobile Home Park, both in Berlin. Also Mobile Home Park Black River in Ludlow, and a park in Johnson Mobile Home Park in Johnson. So I honestly just want to point out that, as folks know, many of our mobile home parks were cited before Act 250, where there were not really a whole lot of land use laws. They were often put in with the intention of them being temporary. Actually, many of them were cited as workforce housing for the workers who are developing our main throughways, our I-89, I-91, a couple of the state highways. and then they never got decommissioned. So they're not necessarily in the highest quality areas. They also tend to be more likely than not in floodplains, as many, frankly, of our downtowns are, because of the historic development patterns that have been discussed today. That said, they do provide an affordable housing option for many people. And one of the reasons why we look at mobile home parks differently than mobile homes or manufactured housing, and forgive me, I use those terms interchangeably, but given the time, I won't go into the weeds about the different terms. But mobile manufactured homes outside of parks are also a huge portion of a really important portion of Vermont's housing stock, particularly the naturally affordable housing stock. But we treat mobile home parks a little bit differently simply because of the ownership dynamic. These are places where you have a homeowner who is essentially renting land. So the power dynamics are a little different, despite the name. Mobile homes are not actually mobile, and tend to be, even with some of the improvements in building standards, still tend to be pretty susceptible to damage and to flooding. I've heard, generally speaking, and don't hold me to this, but generally, if you have more than about 6 to 8 inches of water within the living space of a manufactured home, you probably are in a situation where it is more cost effective to demolish and replace that home than it is to repair it, in part because of the building materials that are used, and largely because that much water inside the living space inundates the electrical wiring. And as Division of Fire Safety will tell you, if you have wires that have been underwater, it is best practice to rewire. And so those costs can go up pretty quick. So all that is to say that mobile homes, while manufactured homes, while they are a really important part of our housing stock and give people an option for home ownership, they're really, in the instances of disasters, a much different situation than a stick-built home. Unfortunately, and this is partly my personal and professional opinion, as somebody who doesn't deal with FEMA or doesn't work for FEMA, unfortunately, the FEMA regulations and the way that FEMA goes about assessing damage and going through the appeals process, I think is pretty problematic for mobile homes. For instance, in the Berlin Mobile Home Park, we have a number of folks who are in the midst of trying to get the maximum FEMA individual assistance award, which this year is $41,000, which frankly is not going to be enough for these households to replace their home, replace all of the non-salvageable items inside their home, or find another place to live. So it is the bare minimum. And I will note that after Irene, the state of Vermont actually worked pretty hard to create a process whereby a mobile homeowner who had their home inundated by floodwaters would be able to seek out a condemnation notice much more easily. We found that after Irene, having the state come in and basically issue condemnation orders, and at the time it was through the office of Governor Shumlin, literally writing a letter for each individual homeowner. And Arthur can tell you how much effort and energy went into all of that work. We found that at that time, FEMA would take those letters, acknowledge that the home was no longer habitable, condemned to be destroyed, and issue the maximum FEMA grant so that folks could move on with their lives. We have found that FEMA seems to be on a different footing 12 years hence. And folks, even with the condemnation orders that we've been able to issue after establishing new laws under Title 24, I think it is, about authority to condemn in instances of disaster, FEMA's not taking those at sort of the face value that we would have expected them. They're asking for more documentation, more information, and there's some concern that actually the removal of the home might jeopardize an individual assistance payment. And this goes at odds with the simultaneous desire on the behalf of the state, on the behalf of the park owners, and frankly, in many cases, on behalf of the residents who would like to close this chapter and start recovering in their own lives. It goes against the desire of all those groups to rapidly remove these homes from the park locations. So we have been working in the governor's office, and forgive me, I'm trying to go a little fast, recognizing the time constraints we have, but the governor's office has been working with our department and a number of volunteers, not least of which actually are, Joellen Calderera has been a huge resource. She's sort of a private volunteer at this point. Kelly Hamshaw and Dan Baker at the University of Vermont are names that will be familiar to some of the folks in the room, having been involved closely with the deconstruction and removal efforts after Irene. But we've been working closely with those groups, the governor's office, our department, to try to make sure that we are putting together a program that should be able to address at least the removal of the homes, so that these residents, these survivors, are not beholden to lot rent, will not need to use their FEMA funds for disposal, and can actually take what awards they can get from FEMA, from Small Business Administration loans, and hopefully in some cases from their own insurance, to be able to move, to rebuild their own lives. So those are some of the really quick concerns. I'm going to open it up to questions, and I want to be sure that we give some time for Ryan and if there's anybody else on his team to speak to the really the trauma and the individual needs of these residents, because they spend time on the ground and on the phone with them more than I do. So I'll leave it at that and ask if the committee would like me to elaborate on anything.
Why don't we have Arthur add anything that he might want to add, and then we'll take questions for DHCD specifically.
Please.
Thanks,
All
Sean.
right, thank you. Yes, I thank you for having us. Arthur Hanlon, work at DHCD with Sean. And yeah, Sean pretty much covered anything that I would like to add, I think. I know we were dealing with some issues around debris removal from the mobile home parks. It seems like that's been pretty much resolved at this point, as far as I know. Yeah, and just trying to, for the residents, just there's very complicated situation around lot rent and leases and operations of the park that we don't really have time to get into. But the best thing would be to, be able to get the assistance to the residents and get their homes removed quickly, so that they're not on the hook for any lot rent to the park owner, which they might be now. So, but yeah, Sean covered pretty much everything.
And before we go to CVOEO or take other questions, would it be fair to say that we would return to Commissioner Hanford to talk about relocation of parks or filling in other parks with housing for folks? I mean, we also put a lot of money aside for mobile home park repair and accessibility. Are we going to have to divert some of those funds for this recovery effort? If there's anything on that front that any of the three of you can address.
Do you want me to cover MER a little bit, Sean, and then?
Yeah, go ahead, Arthur.
Jump to you. So yeah, one thing that's been an ongoing program that we have is called the Manufactured Home Improvement and Repair Program, or MER. It's an ARPA funded program that we're working with Vermont State Housing Authority and CVOEO on. One part of that program are what we call infill awards, so that a mobile home park owner who has vacant lots or abandoned mobile homes in their park can apply for an award to basically do the work necessary, repairs, cleaning, site work and things like that, to get the lot ready for a new homeowner to put their home onto that lot. So, and I think we are anticipating that some of the lots in the parks that were flooded, that could be an appropriate kind of eligible thing for those park owners to do. Yeah, and then one of the other aspects of that is a foundation award. So HUD changed the rules a few years ago, and so for a brand new manufactured home, there's a HUD required foundation or slab. And one part of our MER program will pay $15,000 toward the homeowner because they pay for that slab. And that will help them offset the cost of that. So, and again, for people either who are flooded out of these parks or moving into a different mobile home park or somewhere else that buy a new home, or that's one resource that could be available to them.
So Arthur, it's great to see you and Sean. And we have found, of course, in the mitigation we did after Irene, that the parks, that the homes, particularly, I'm thinking about the Woodstock Mobile Home Park, the Riverside Mobile Home Park, we spent the money to raise the land under the mobile home, put a slab on it and tie it down. Those homes were not swept away or damaged particularly. The skirting, and Dick and I just spent some time cleaning out underneath. The key now is replacing. So I guess one of my questions is the ARPA money, can it be used to raise the home before you put the slab on it so it gets it a higher? Because I think one of the concerns all of us have is, I think we've now, some of those places just should not be lived on any longer unless they are actively mitigated in terms of raising them up. And so is that ARPA money able to be used for when you said infill, does that mean raising up the land itself? Could we use the money for that?
So that's a great point, Senator Clarkson, and we actually are in the process right now of, the short answer is yes. However, we have been working on our own internal program parameters about when, we also want to be stewards of these public dollars and not ensure that people are not, when they receive this assistance, are not continuing to be in harm's way. So we're working right now on parameters that would allow us to determine whether it makes sense to raise a lot or do that mitigation, or if some sort of relocation is actually the better outcome. But in short, for those lots that might be in, say, a 100-year floodplain or a 500-year floodplain, that there's no really relocation out of there, that when an infill project is done, it is done in a way that would allow for that level of mitigation. So yes, that's a consideration, and that is one of the ways that we're using these funds.
Because I think that's one of the things, the biggest and thorniest things we're going to have to deal with is relocation. It just, second time in 12 years, this is not something we should be putting more public dollars into. Same, we need to be,
right. And I do feel compelled to point out as well that our friends over at the University of Vermont, aforementioned Kelly Hamshaw and Dan Baker, I think both doctors at this point, Dr. Hamshaw and Baker have been working on actually updating the maps that we had for every single one of the mobile home parks in the state, with updated risk hazard maps. They're about halfway through the project, which I almost think is a little suspect. They were halfway through the project when Irene happened. They're halfway through the project now. I think we need to keep an eye on those guys. But I kid, but we should have updated maps for all of the parks in the next couple of months, which will help us to make determinations about where investments should happen in terms of risk mitigation and improving the park's availability, because we were actually even before the water started rising in July, our department had been doing an awful lot of surveying of mobile home parks as a potential housing asset to address the GA motel wind down, and if that might be something that we could utilize vacancies in mobile home lots as alternative housing for folks who are experiencing homelessness and were ready for that level of that type of housing. So mobile home parks have been on the front burner, so to speak, for a while in terms of really looking at what they are as an asset and what public investment ought to go into this type of otherwise I would say underinvested housing stock. So there's the spotlight is shining even brighter on these mobile home parks, but we now will also have to accommodate what's likely 50 plus families who are looking at an alternative in our park settings.
Okay. I want to give CVOEO time to speak before we move on to Sue Minter. And I don't see Chris Winters, so I'm just saying that out loud, but I'm looking for Chris Winters soon. Ryan, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My colleague Rebecca wasn't able to join today, so just be me today. But I just want to say hello to everyone, community members and everyone else joining. I'm going to read you just a letter that we have that's been shared out as well, and I'll be showing you some photos from the ground from work that we've been doing as well. After get through a little bit of this. So my name is Ryan Garrity. I'm a senior resident organizer at the CVOEO mobile home program, Champlain Valley Office of Economic Opportunity out of Burlington, Vermont. We're at one of the state's 5 community action agencies that address fundamental issues of economic, social, environmental, and racial justice. And we work with people to achieve economic independence, as a lot of you already know. What we're seeing right now with the current disaster on the ground are simmering issues that we've seen faced by mobile home parks. They're in full display, likely to worsen for many of the parks and for homeowners. We've been on the ground in the 4 most impacted parks, as well as other parks, to see the devastation that's happened and the heightening and potential and very real risk of immediate park closures and subsequent displacement of hundreds of our most valuable neighbors amid this incredibly difficult housing landscape that we find ourselves in. This flooding disaster presents several known and new intricate layered challenges that mobile home park residents face. And there's a pressing need for integrated and holistic approach to these challenges, which is CVOEO mobile home program. We are ideally positioned to provide that approach. So now I'll just show you a few photos, and I believe I have the ability to do that. Here we are.
Possible to make that any bigger, Ryan, given a large room?
Yep, let me just.
Oh, thanks.
One second.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. So this is in Berlin. This is the River Run mobile home park, and it just shows a couple of different homes, varying elevations. We had water intrusion throughout the park, and this home in particular right here that you can see, there's another photo of it right down below here. It's unable to be entered, obviously, just due to the damage. So this is just showing the extent of the damage for some of these homes in these parks. A lot of the damage, I will say, as water damage internally, it's not as easily seen from the outside for a lot of the homes. Going on from that, this is a home over in Highland Heights, mobile home park in Johnson that Sean mentioned. This home is, as you can see, it's been completely gutted, and there's a lot of homes that have the same exact thing on the inside in particular parks where there was volunteers on the ground, luckily from various groups. Quickly in Berlin in particular, we haven't seen as much of that from immediate response to the flood, being able to go on the ground and do this type of work. So that's been a challenge, as well as for many older residents where items have not been addressed and they're still in the homes. We also have home here that's in Black River, Mobile Court, in Ludlow. His home was impacted by water intrusion as well. It was gutted to avoid mold growth, and also raised up. As many homes in that park are being raised up. We're seeing varying levels of engagement in different parks. Again, the ones in Berlin have significantly the most amount of damage and issues after the fact. This is one of the parks in Berlin Mobile Home Park. Just showing you just a more updated photo of the current state of the park. This is a lot that we were at actually. This is one of the parks we were in about a month prior to the flooding, doing flood resiliency training community meetings with the communities or the residents in this community with UVM partners. And we were speaking and doing outreach with one of the residents who actually lived in this home that was torn down. They had one of the homes, few homes that's been torn down due to the fact that they had flood insurance, which is not very many that actually had that flood insurance. So with that, I'll go back to reading through what I have prepared for you. Just wanted to show, and again, this is shared out, so you can go through this and take a look at those photos. I know that folks will be on the ground hopefully soon to be able to see those homes in person. But our in-depth engagement with these communities has afforded us clear and multidimensional a view of the multidimensional struggles faced by residents. These are some of the struggles that we've seen, just outlined. Complexity and confusion around major recovery resources, including discrepancies and FEMA interactions, coupled with ambiguities and lack of clear procedural directives, a lack of legal protection and support against predatory lenders and cheap sale of residents' home to mobile home park owners, varied extents of home damage across parks and households, underlining both the severity and the nuances of the impact, financial strains that intertwine both the immediate needs and long-term recovery, highlighted by ongoing lot rent charges and emergent crowdfunding initiatives that we've seen, and prevailing communication gaps, revealing the urgent necessity for transparent and accessible central guidance and support hub that we are still ready to implement with adequate funding. Together with dedicated expert volunteers that we've had, including ones from UVM, folks who have been mentioned, Kelly Hampshaw and Dan Baker, and longstanding partnerships, we've diligently primarily connected in person and remotely as well with residents from the most impacted parks. We've disseminated crucial resources and facilitated access to recovery support, both immediate and long-term. Furthermore, upcoming financial support initiatives from our own in-house funding through private funding that we've received aims to provide basic needs such as water, clothing, and other essentials for affected households. But this is just a drop in the bucket, really. As Sean mentioned, a lot of the amounts are just not enough, even from FEMA, and we need to see a lot more for what we actually have going on the ground needed for recovery. And we know that our role at the CVOEO Mobile Home Program in this recovery phase will be crucial, as it has been since the flood hit. Our unified approach seeks to streamline the different components of recovery, from sustainable and tangible financial aid and technical support to healthy and stable housing, all grounded in the understanding that the unique circumstances of mobile home park residents and the loss and the trauma that these events cause, which is why it's so great that we have expert volunteers working with us, particularly who have been through previous storm events like Irene and worked with folks. These current events have shown us just the necessity for creating an Office of Housing Support and Stabilization Services to be housed at CVOEO, as advocated in our last testimony that we gave previously. This comprehensive program will support not only mobile home residents, but tenants in crisis as well. A year of program operation, CVOEO housing advocacy programs would require funding of around $250,000. That would support roughly 2 full-time employees, including direct project administration costs, and leveraging the strategic integration of resources, expertise, and community-focused initiatives paramount goal really is to ensure that each affected individual receive the dedicated support and specialized care necessary to address their unique circumstances, paving the way for healthy and resilient support and a promising future. So with that, I thank you for your attention today, and I'll yield to questions.
Thanks so much, Ryan. I would like to move quickly to Sue.
Can I just mention one thing? I would just encourage you, our 3 top mobile home people, our go-tos. As we build back better, supposedly, I know that we have the $10 million we're working with Efficiency Vermont to replace lost appliances with energy efficient appliances. We need to be advocating to replace the skirting on these mobile homes, particularly ones that raise and have blocks, with insulated skirting. This is a build back better necessity to keep them warmer and sort of everything else more efficient in that home. So I would encourage you to become advocates with us for insulated skirting. Thank you.
Sean wants to address that.
I was just going to say thank you, Senator Clarkson, for bringing that up. Prior to the flooding, we recognized that the amount of funding for the MER program was large but insufficient to address the needs of mobile home parks. We've had enormous amount of interest in home repair. We've been focusing very heavily on strict habitability issues and would absolutely love continued support for that program so that we can do things like skirting. We are holding, not holding, but earmarking certain amounts of that MER funding for emergencies over the winter. So we're maintaining some of those funds to make sure that we can address furnaces, but also probably frozen pipes, which would be addressed by better skirting issues. So it is a huge need. It's been an unsung need for a while, and we appreciate the increased interest and support.
Thanks, Sean. So I don't see Chris Winters, so I believe we will give the balance of the time until 3 o'clock to Sue Minter, which is fitting. There are a few people who have the range of experiences that Sue has in flood recovery. And we're grateful for all the work you've already been doing that we've been hearing about, Sue. And thanks for being here today.
Thank you so much, Senator, and to all of you for your time and focus. For the record, I am Sue Minter. I'm the Executive Director of Capstone Community Action, which is an anti-poverty organization who serves Washington County, Lamoille County, and Orange County, which I think you may agree seems to have been in many ways the bullseye of this particular flood. Thank you for the mobile home park discussion. We serve 4 out of, I think, the 5 parks impacted. We do many things trying to help people out of poverty, but most significantly, we help people in crisis. And that's why we have been extremely busy and engaged. But yes, for the record as well, I did serve as the Irene Recovery Officer in 2011, where I really was deployed for 2.5 years. So many of the conversations here are familiar. And thank you, Senator Brock, for talking about an after action report, which I know each agency will be doing and VEM will be doing. But I do hope that folks will look back to see what lessons learned, and especially some of the resilient designs that we dreamed of and in many cases implemented that I think have had, believe it or not, a positive impact in terms of reducing impact and loss this last month. I think I'm being invited to focus a little bit or to remind the committee of what preceded the flood and how much of the flood is exacerbating a pre-existing housing emergency. And for context, before this event, there was severe housing shortage. You were all deeply engaged in difficult conversations about the folks in hotels who, I think as of this week, statewide, there are 1,040 individuals still living in hotels who meet criteria that you established as sort of the most vulnerable. 579 of them, more than half, are living with disabilities. 252 are children. 125 are living in hotels in Washington County, primarily the Barre area, 17 in Lamoille, 58 in Hartford. After you went home, many people did leave those hotels, but there was nowhere at that time for them to go. In the Barre area, as well as in Lamoille, we worked with partners and individuals to help people live in tents. We were providing everything from food to wellness checks with our partners regionally. Many of those tents were located on riverbanks, which were flooded. I cannot tell you what really has happened to many of the people. But we know that we are not aware of any drownings. We know the Good Samaritan Haven worked very hard to get many people up into the shelter and up at the Barre Auditorium until the Good Sam was able to reopen. We at Capstone, our focus, we don't run a shelter. Our focus is getting people housed in a variety of ways. And, you know, you all have funded through various means for the first time in so long, both the staff to provide the services and the vouchers to house people to pay their rents. You've provided prioritization strategy. The problem is there is nowhere to go. That precedes this flood. You know that the VRAP, emergency rental housing, ended. That was both supporting people's rent and utilities. So more and more, before and following this flood, we have people coming to us whose homes and rental units are being converted for higher value rents. Many, many people displaced, and I've shared difficult stories about that in the past. I'm not going to now because I want to look at what's happening now. We have been seeing more visits for food, for utility assistance, a dramatic escalation in electric disconnects. Our food pantry, we are seeing, it used to be that we would see maybe 30 to 40 a day. Now it's generally often 80 a day coming to our food shelf. Not all of that is flood related. It's the whole picture of real ongoing economic challenge. So what has Capstone been doing since July 10th? We were at the shelters when the emergency began. We helped the state support the multi-agency resource centers. We developed volunteer brigades out in our communities in Lamoille, but more significantly here in Barre City, where I sit today. Our offices were closed due to flooding. But because our building is 10 years old and is built high, I will tell you that this flood did exactly what it was designed for. It flooded our garage and some of our weatherization equipment and trucks, but the offices were safe. And I am back open, and our food shelf was open within a week after a lot of digging out. I'm sure you saw the kind of mud that people are continuing to live with. We also stood up in the first week with other partners across the state, a business relief fund, the Main Street Recovery Fund. I think many of you supported it. We've already given out 212 checks to different businesses, $2,500 checks statewide. Probably a drop in the bucket of their need, but really an opportunity for knowing that help is here, help is on the way, which thankfully now the governor has provided more support for. Emergency food, we have a community kitchen academy. We created meals. We pivoted to providing meals throughout the communities we are. Water, baby formula, both in Barre and our Lamoille office. And now we've been able to become a hub for the Vermont Not Everyone Eats, the Vermont Emergency Eats program, which is now happening and underway. We in the Barre, Lamoille, and also to the Intervale, 5,000 meals a week are getting prepared and distributed. We are doing outreach, including and especially for disadvantaged BIPOC and others who we know don't know how to register for FEMA yet and need extra support. We've been raising money for individuals. We have been deploying staff, both to help people find housing or safety, but also our outreach team to help people get registered. It is critical, and I want everyone to know that this opportunity for FEMA individual assistance ends on September 12th. So everyone needs to simply get registered. They don't have to complete their process. And we know it can be a complicated process, but we'd love you to echo that incredibly important thing for all of your constituents, and to call the CAP agencies, call Capstone for help, because I now have 5 staff who are taking calls to help people get registered for FEMA. We've had 2 FEMA trainings already. I want to say that thanks to some generous support to Capstone this week, we are opening up a grant fund, a small grants up to $500 for urgent needs. These are the things we're already doing, but we are taking so many calls. Just to let you know, since July 12th, Capstone has received 867 emergency calls. 867, that's a lot. 300 are for housing and about 500 between energy and outreach. That is because the needs are very, very high. I do want to mention that we reached out to the Department of Public Service. You may have heard this, but I want to thank the commissioner for responding. The CAP agencies said, can we request that the utilities not turn off electricity for flood survivors so that they can dry out their home? And they've agreed to that. So I want you to know that's something, if you didn't know, has happened. What I can tell you, and I think you learned earlier, in Lamoille, some 421 homes have been registered with FEMA. So I learned at a report that this was something like 25% of the impacted homes were in Lamoille County, primarily Johnson and Cambridge, but also in Wolcott. Just Berry City, I thank you for taking the tour. And when you go to the mobile homes, if you could invite me, I'd love to join you, because I haven't been able to spend much time there. But knowing that our colleagues CVOEO were, with whom we're in touch. But in Berry City, I want you to know, and I'm sure you observed this, something like 365 structures, over 500 units of housing. Most of the housing in Berry is of low and very low income folks. And I know that some people have been able to find options to live temporarily in another place. But what I also know is there are many people that are living in homes that may not be safe, may have bad air quality. We've heard about respiratory increases in some areas. They may have no heat, power, or hot water. They come here for water, for food. They may be living upstairs because they can and because there is nowhere else to go. And this worries me greatly, but especially knowing, as you've heard, that winter is coming and it's around the corner. So I even know that some of these homes have standing water in their basement still because the water keeps coming. You can see everywhere that mud is here. It is very hard. Just yesterday, a neighbor here in Berry City extracting his car out of 2-3 feet of mud. I see children playing in the mud. I worry about the toxicity of that mud. There is mud on wet days and dust on dry days, and it is everywhere, every day. It is hard to see, but I also see incredible human grit and determination. I see a commitment to building this community back. And I think Berry is remarkable. I see businesses coming back, people buying locally. Homeowners are trying as fast as they can, landlords working feverishly to rebuild. And in the midst of all, this dust and this mud, I see opportunity for a different future. And I think that relates to my experience after Irene and the despair I felt, but the hope I saw. And the hope that I felt like people were able to receive, and the vision. And those are, I just have a few. You asked for next steps. So immediate assistance. You need to help create new opportunities and options for more rental units. Can you provide incentives for Airbnbs and short-term rentals to become longer-term rentals and allow them to go back to Airbnbs? We need people who won't get warm by winter to find a safe place. And the FEMA direct assistance program is not going to help everyone. Can we bring in the cavalry? Look, when Irene happened, we had 600 miles of road. We had workers from the agencies of transportation in New Hampshire. When the power goes out, the utility folks from Quebec. Can we get the contractors, the electricians, carpenters, plumbers, home building professionals on the ground providing assistance? Can you help? Can we get AGC to mobilize for maybe a volunteer week or something? Could you consider initiating a new emergency heating assistance program? This is a program that is funded federally by LIHEAP. The CAP agencies provide through winter when people have their furnace goes out. We get them restored within 24 hours. There's money for that. Could that money be allocated for this purpose? Maybe for people beyond the income eligibility because it's for very low income, but who are flood affected. Is that an opportunity for you to explore? I think it is, because getting people back into a warm home is key. I want to just recommend, and I know you're thinking about this, but it is essential to engage proactively and consistently with the federal delegation. I learned so much about this after Irene. Be in touch about what does this direct housing assistance really look like? Are we getting the most that we can? What are they doing about the next phases? The CDBG, disaster relief. Can we get the congressional delegation to help with the FEMA mapping and the mobile home deconstruction plan that we just heard about? Can the delegation be thinking about a big supplemental appropriation? These are things you might be able to have conversations with them about. And lastly, those are ideas about immediate response, but it's also time to be leaning forward and be thinking about recovery and a long-term recovery process, one that provides vision, but also engagement from the community, which is so essential for the emotional recovery. While we are doing the long-term planning, we did a lot of this after Irene, and we have learned great lessons. It has to be cross-jurisdictional. I love that you are thinking that way, because every issue that you're trying to solve touches on other jurisdictions. I suspect that the administration is looking at an interagency response, which is, I know, what we really led with after Irene, and help provide a vision. You guys are incredible leaders in your community. Help people believe that help is here, that hope is here, and that we really can recover stronger. We can recover with resilience and with a vision to supporting the energy transition, getting people out of their basements and into the first floor for adaptation, but fuel switching wherever possible. These are the things that I hope that you can provide. Helping even right now to honor the folks who have been working so hard. You heard it. I was at an event in Jenna's Promise over the weekend, and it was so wonderful because they were recognizing all of the heroes of the emergency response. People need that hope. They need to feel good because it's a long road ahead. And you can help keep the momentum going, keep the volunteers coming, keep the fundraising going. We have a long way to go on every one of those fronts. Most importantly, unity. Help bring people together into a shared learning. Visit, learn, communicate, and help people believe in our brave little state. Thanks so much.
So much, Sue. Much appreciated. You're absolutely right. People want to know that they're remembered, and that Chittenden County and other places that weren't as hard hit, don't forget them, and stay part of the same Vermont community. So that's appreciated. And I know Senator Welch's team is watching. We didn't leave time for the federal delegation in this just because we have so much to hear on the ground, I believe. And I do see that Chris Winters, Commissioner Winters has joined. I could take maybe one question for Sue additionally if anybody has one. If not, thanks so much, Sue. And I know we'll be in touch. We'll have another hearing on resiliency and long-term recovery, and would love your input there as well. Commissioner Winters, thanks for joining us. I understand from Peggy, it was my fault. I didn't know we were going to ping you when we were ready. So we appreciate you being here. And, I think you get the sense of what we're looking for, probably the high level overview of what what progress is being made on finding housing for those who already were unhoused and in the GA program before the flood, and now how the flood has impacted those efforts, which, we know is significantly. So we're not looking for some kind of, miracle, but just want to understand the picture from your perspective.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Chair, glad to see everyone. For the record, my name is Chris Winters. I'm the Commissioner of the Department for Children and Families. And as you all know, at DCF, our mission is to foster the healthy development, safety, well-being, and self-sufficiency of Vermonters. And within those 6 divisions of DCF, we have the Office of Economic Opportunity, which provides support for our community partners. A fine example just testified right before me, Sue Minter and Capstone, to empower them to run emergency shelters and to provide other services to help address unsheltered homelessness. And another of our divisions is the Economic Services Division, which within that division, we have our General Assistance Housing Program as the safety net for Vermonters who are in need of housing. And that's based on certain criteria, including the loss of housing due to a natural disaster. So giving you a very high level view of unsheltered homelessness and the impact of flooding on that, based on feedback from communities, from shelters, from our field service directors, the vast majority of our unsheltered population were not directly impacted by the flooding. Some folks who may have been camping in the affected communities did lose tents and other belongings and equipment, which was certainly significant and tragic. We do have community partners who are helping them replace such items such as tents, sleeping bags, other equipment when they're lost. We had a few shelters and emergency apartments impacted and a few hotels where we did have to relocate guests. But for the most part, there was not a significant impact, direct impact on those unsheltered that was caused by the flooding. Now, there are some secondary impacts that we do anticipate. That first wave of people unsheltered due to the flooding were provided space in emergency congregate shelters stood up by the Red Cross, about 250, maybe a little less than that. People took advantage of those congregate shelters for a short period of time. Those people have now been able to move on to other housing arrangements, which is why the Red Cross then closed the shelters. So we do anticipate, and we've seen this, I think, from previous natural disasters, a second wave of people becoming unsheltered. And Sue Minter was speaking to a little bit of this just before me. As their temporary solutions kind of become untenable, staying with friends, staying with relatives, maybe living in a damaged building that becomes uninhabitable. As those situations become untenable, they'll be moving from their damaged homes and from their apartments or from their temporary situations to look for other places to buy or to rent. And that'll, of course, put even more pressure on an already tight housing market. And those people could possibly be unsuccessful in those searches and wind up homeless and unsheltered. There are some FEMA options, some federal partner programs that we are taking advantage of. I think Commissioner Hanford spoke to some of them, the more direct approaches to housing. There is also a non-congregate shelter program that exists to provide the people I'm talking about shelter in the form of hotel rooms, and we're working to get that in place with our federal partners. It's called NCS. It's available to all people displaced by the disaster who reside in a declared area. There's a set of criteria that makes them eligible. And as I mentioned before, we also have the General Assistance Housing Program for households who lost housing due to flooding who meet the other GA program criteria. We currently have 35 people in our general assistance housing that met that criteria. It's an 84-day limit in a rolling 12-month period in that catastrophic category, and it includes fire, flood, and natural disaster. So we have 35 people currently housed in hotels and motels under that criteria. I think that Commissioner Hanford will discuss longer term and more permanent housing solutions. And maybe he already has in his testimony this morning, such as the FEMA multifamily unit lease and repair program, the manufactured house program. I should also mention that here at DCF, we have applied for some funding through HUD called the RUSH program. That stands for Rapid Unsheltered Survivor Housing. And that's a rapid response program to address homelessness by filling in some of the federal assistance gaps in communities hit by disasters. So RUSH is essentially a disaster funding to provide rental assistance for up to 2 years in services to keep housing. We've applied for that. We have not heard back yet. That program has only been used, as to my understanding, once before in Florida. We don't know the amount of assistance that they would provide, but that's something else that we are working on. That's a very high level, as you all know. We had approximately 1,200 families already in the hotel and motel program as of July 1st. That number is now around 1,030. As I said, some of those hotels were affected, but we did get to move those people around. We have limited capacity in hotels, but we do expect there will be some second wave of impact post-flooding as some of these other situations that people find themselves in or their damaged properties become untenable and they move out to search for other housing. So that's a very high level of the impact of flooding on our current attempts at managing unsheltered homelessness in the state of Vermont. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. We appreciate you jumping right into this role. And we know you have a lot going on otherwise, so we appreciate you being here with us. Any questions for the commission?
Did I hear that the state had bought the Econo Lodge on Route 12 in Montpelier as transitional housing?
You may have heard that, but I don't believe that's the case, Senator. We did not.
Okay, that's what the rumor mill is saying, and the Econo Lodge sign is down.
Heard it here.
Maybe Gus knows a little more.
He is shaking his head for the record, so I will not start any rumors here. Senator Harris.
Okay, that's all.
No, I was just pointing to.
Oh, okay, okay.
Still.
Any other questions and Commissioner, when is the next update either to the Joint Fiscal Subcommittee? September, so that's when the next update will be on housing folks. Okay.
That's right.
Great, good to know. We'll be paying close attention. Yes, yes. Thanks so much, Commissioner. I'm sure you have a lot to get back to, so we won't belabor things, and we're fairly on schedule.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Chris.
Good to see you.
Take care.
Thank you.
So at this time, if the commissioner is ready, I'm going to back in the chair. And when we started to put this hearing together, the pro tem said, I'm happy to have you do this. And I just want to make sure we're pointing towards solutions. This isn't just hearing about the devastation on the ground. And I think it's important to understand the state of the problem we're trying to solve, because at this point, it feels like a state of emergency for housing and for people who are lacking housing in the state. If it wasn't already, we are now, I think, looking at a winter that's untenable for Vermonters, where FEMA is already looking out of state for housing options for people. And this will potentially result in a hollowing out of our rural areas, an inundation of Chittenden County, a departure from the state of folks, and people getting left behind who simply aren't that mobile. Certainly, Commissioner, I know you know the gravity of the situation, and I would at least welcome a discussion about emergency solutions as we think about what long-term recovery looks like, what it's going to take for us to survive winter, and what the legislature can do to be a partner in helping to make that happen.
Sure. Thanks for having me back. I think that in the short term here, well, obviously we need to leverage everything we can get out of FEMA, including some of these direct housing assistance asks, the non-permanent shelter asks, the HUD Rush program. And we've been having conversations with the delegation, obviously, and through the governor about a, large supplemental, disaster supplemental to support the CDBG disaster recovery program, such as was stood up after Irene, and even some other newer mitigation aspects of that, those resources to look more longer term recovery. And I think I have some sort of updates on the Home Act in implementation and what's going on there, what we're working on to go through. And I think as part of what we've learned so far about our housing needs in the state and the tremendous need for more units, what we were able to accomplish in the Home Act for local, local zoning reform, some temporary Act 250 reform. But it all strikes me that, maybe it's still not enough. And that you take this flood and you look at where we doubled down on, it kind of, at least in my mind, I feel like we're at a crossroads here where so much of what we valued in Vermont and what were acceptable to allow more development to happen is continually looking to the past, where we've had our historic settlement patterns, where we've already have traditional development, where the past. And we know climate change is real and is happening at an increased rate. And what might we be safe to develop in the future? Looking to just where we've lived in the past might not be the only answer. You heard that from the speaker you had earlier this morning that was in the airport. I'm forgetting his name at the moment. But I mean, I'm listening to him going that, this map that we have developed that has Senator Harrison, I know, is asking about just recently showing where the increased development potential is from the changes. You should look online because it's too small to see where they are. But it also will have that same theme. It's back to designated areas, which unfortunately many of them are in the 100-year floodplain, if not half of that area in the floodway, in the river corridor, and so forth. And so we have that challenge ahead of us. That's a bigger picture, and it's not something that you do overnight to change. And then obviously this type of work, any sort of disinvestment or a planned retreat needs to be done strategically with science, and engineers planning for it, looking at what community, what residents want. That's a long picture discussion. But if it doesn't start after a flood, after a previous one 12 years ago, and then one 12 years before that in central Vermont, when does it start? And so looking at where the new safe place to develop and people to live, considering climate change impacts, and where we currently are supporting development and are comfortable with it, needs to be looked at. It's right in the crosshairs of what I think these sort of storms are telling us, and it's a big discussion. With that sort of setting the stage, I think the Home Act, first of all, thank committee members, legislature, obviously, for working on the Home Act and talk a little bit about what DHE's efforts have been for a while, to move forward some of the outdated zoning that exists in communities. We're among several states that are doing this across the country right now. These reform efforts have been picked up nationally. Number of newsletters, AARP, Congress for New Urbanism, National Association of Realtors, et cetera. People are picking this up. The zoning atlas is being worked on right now by folks at UVM to look at the state and other states to make it easy to compare apples to apples, because zoning gets a little confusing for folks to understand. We have ongoing technical assistance in the form of bylaw and planning grants to municipalities to help them make these updates, pro-housing updates. $300,000 was allocated to the RPCs for housing navigators. And then as far as the Home Act goes, we have a summary that's up on our website. We have a recently completed frequently asked questions. And this is initial. This is our interpretation. We're seeking input. And as we get more questions, refine those. We have a map that's on the website as well. And I can pass out at least the frequently asked questions that exists in hard form. And then we also have a kickoff for the Designation 2050 Design Summit next month at VTC. And I can pass out the agenda for that, where it really is looking at this intersection of what are our designated areas. We have 5 now, that many of them been around for a long time, 25 years. What is the new designated area for safe, climate resilient development look like, and need folks' input on that? Good news is that we were able to add some money to the contract from the Climate Office to add some resiliency aspect to this as part of the discussion. But we will need folks to come out and talk about what they see the future of Vermont is for our development patterns considering climate change. September 12th. You know, the speaker this morning also brought up that intersection of transportation, where we live and where we work, being what's driving emissions, right? Older housing stock that needs, you know, that isn't very tight and uses a lot of energy. Sort of a lot of those solutions all come back to what type of house are people living in where. And part of our answers for climate change, emissions reduction also are about building new housing in smart places for the future. It also is, you know, retrofitting what we already have and not giving up on our historic communities, our historic properties. We need to invest, but we also need to plan for the future. So I just also wanted to comment on some of the lessons from Irene. There are a number of reports and studies out there that look back. You know, unfortunately, people don't have those reports when the new flood comes to see that some of the same communication problems were identified then. Some of the resiliency and capacity constraints were identified then. We did specific studies through a couple projects. We focused on Northfield, Brattleboro, Barry, Brandon, and a few other communities. And some of those did resiliency measures. Brandon had a huge infrastructure and it weathered the storm very well. I mean, maybe they weren't a bullseye, but we have seen work that has come through the storm better than before, and we can do it again. But there's a lot of folks all need to come to the same place, that there are some big things we need to do for some of our communities and some big thinking, but that can't be done for the community. It has to be done with the community, what they want, along with the state and federal partners to make it happen. And that is a big discussion that requires a lot of attention and focus and everyone working in the same direction. I don't know, you know, that's what you had envisioned me to cover here, but wanted to talk about the work going on with the Home Act and some of the initial what we're hearing on the ground. There was a moving up of the effective date for some parts of that to July 1. Much of it kicked right in. There's some areas there that still have an older effective date, and maybe that's an area to look at. Because I think maybe in the sort of quick process that happened, maybe not all the different effective dates were fully inventoried. There's a few nuances of language in the bill that probably will need revisiting. You know, permitted versus allowed use is one that caught people up in the duplexing by right area. I think that, you know, maybe it's worth another discussion. I think that was very intentional as it passed out of one of the committee's remembering that conversation, but there are certainly areas that could be revisited for maximum impact. I think the way we have tried to interpret and write our frequently asked questions and guidance is to encourage communities to be the most permissive they can in the interpretation. Some of them will enact interim bylaws to get them there, both to be extra permissive or to maybe take a more, that tool could be used for both good intentions of moving this forward and possibly others that try to find some workarounds. And so it's hard to analyze. Each of those need to be analyzed individually for what the intent is and what the outcomes might be. But that's sort of our experience so far. A lot of questions when July 1 hit, trying to provide guidance. And then this flood has really changed the type of questions we're getting every day from communities. But hopefully that's a sense of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, we often are the ones who propose and the administration disposes. And so I do think we should be generating ideas through the fall with the possibility of, it's a big if, but if there is the possibility of bringing legislation to the floor before January, making housing a first priority. You brought up the effective dates. I know parking has come up as one that kind of just got missed in the shuffle. And people are reaching out to me regularly about articles they're seeing around parking limitations, stopping housing projects. That's one that I would be wanting to look at. People are raising the sunset. And, if those designation studies, which I know we're going to hear a little bit more about, come back to us with really concrete ways that we can make gains, as you're saying, in places with higher ground that we are already designating for housing. We might not need to add a year to the sunset. We might just actually look at the Act 250 changes as a whole. But if that doesn't happen, I think people are going to need more time, because any resources that might have been going to broader housing development are now stretched. They might be going to flood areas. They might be going elsewhere. Land banks continues to come up as, when you say, we need to know where the new development goes, the new Vermont. We need to know that those are areas that might have some flexibility in terms of regulation to move quickly. So I think, any response to that, and just thinking about, we're hearing from everyone, there's nowhere to relocate. So we're going to hear from other witnesses about solutions, that are different than a non-weatherized FEMA trailer. And those will likely become somewhat long-term housing. So, we heard also from Jeff, are we going to stand up more fabrication possibilities in the state? What we are we are looking around saying, who's going to actually build the housing stock that we need? And it's up to us. So,
and that goes to Sue's point, which I had written down too, which is working with the Office of Professional Regulation and the governor's office to do something about getting contractors, electricians, and plumbers from out of state, because clearly we need an infusion of help. And when we talk about not having places to relocate, we have the places to relocate. They just aren't built yet. I mean, we have the land to relocate, but we don't. Nothing, as Keisha says, is ready to go. So I think that if we can also work with GovOps and our committee to see if we can fast track enabling other licensed professionals to come in and add, just as during the WPA did during the Depression, adding a huge workforce infusion to areas that needed it would be just hugely helpful.
Yep, Senator Cumming.
I guess we're talking about future relocation and speeding things up. But I've heard from several people, households in Montpelier, and I've heard from the city. I think they have 6 or 8 properties, homes that have been red flagged by FEMA. Okay, think Lower State Street out here. going out to the creamy stand. These are, some of them are, most of them are single family. One of them, I think, had 3 apartments, but it looks like a old tiny Cape house. Right now, FEMA, they can sell out to FEMA and go away. Or they can come up with tens of thousands of dollars, which they don't have, to raise their houses up above the floodplain. They have kids, the kids are starting school, they don't want. But we have less than 1% vacancy in the city of Montpelier. They have to make a decision now. Are they going to start investing money in cleaning out and rehabbing with the hope that somewhere we're going to find some money to help with that raising? And then are we going to say, well, we're going to, sell out, we're going to turn you into a floodway? So there's some immediacy to getting answers to people, because we saw Barry, all of that housing is empty. They're going to have to make a sellout, a repay, and one guy is on record, he's been flooded 5 times in that neighborhood. He's 70 some odd years old, and he said, I can't do it again. But where's he going? And yeah, I mean, that's our
Right. And that's what this segment of the hearing, I think, is about, and it strikes me, and Senator Brock's been saying this for a while. But when we've been talking about mobile home parks as they were workers building roads, recognizing that there wasn't a lot of housing, but they needed workers. So, I mean, it's a cycle right now where we're not going to even have those still immediate solutions without a work.
when they put in the Waterbury Dam, WPA. It was buildings, it was in a whole small town out there for several years building that dam.
Senator McCormick.
2 important neighborhoods in Springfield, Westview and Southview, were built during World War II for workers from factories. Well, we were talking a few minutes ago about permitting. I want to put in a pitch for a provision that was in this year's housing bill, which is the idea of an umbrella. Because I think we can all agree, I think we do all agree that we'd like to speed up the process, that we need to move quickly. There's a need, the need should be met quickly. Often I've heard people suggest we can move more quickly if we have less environmental review. What I've hoped for is that we can make the process move more quickly by having a faster environmental review. And we did have a witness earlier mention that some of the problems in our trailer parks is that they were built before it was actually. It's not just a roof people have to jump. So if there's any way to actually have the review and do it more quickly.
Well, yeah, and I think we'd welcome your committee's partnership in House Environment and Energy in the fall to think about, everyone loves the criteria, but the timeline and, the idea of the master plan, I think everyone is behind. That when the rubber meets the road, if you have to get the approval of every parcel owner in that master plan, and it goes through several stages of review from a process that's already very slow and used to saying no and do it again, it's not going to be worth as much. So I don't even know that we're talking about sweeping policy changes. I think we're talking about technical changes that we bless that allow us to get housing built more quickly where we're already designating.
One area that I think maybe deserves discussion, started it last session, but really didn't find much holding this bill. We needed more time, was the appeal process. We have example after example of projects that go through appeals, lengthy appeals. The Putney Village, Putney example, it was appealed for $250 and delayed the project for a year. Think about all that added construction cost, added cost to, plus the builders can't find their homes. And we have a statute that don't allow for damages to be recouped by people that submit appeals with no basis. There's no burden of proof. There's no evidence required and so that process for $200 can delay things for more than a year with no sort of recovery of losses. And that's a real area that we should look at, because you've heard a lot over and over again of projects that happens to. And, you know, if there's no basis for their appeal, and the ones that have been all the way to the Vermont Supreme Court, there was no basis. It just took that long and that much lost opportunity and added cost.
Or for that cost to be transferred to
Right.
those future.
Which it
That's what we need.
Which it is. It is.
The cost of building cannot continue to go up this way. People will be responsible for
Right.
that cost, not the future tenants or lower.
Yeah, and just a couple of things. And when we talk about appeals, we need to be careful whether we're talking about municipal appeals or Act 250 appeals, because that wasn't clear going through. And we only did something on municipal appeals, and it was just on not using the character of the area.
That's
So
right.
it was good and important, but it's certainly not a panacea. It's
Yeah. Yeah.
Or appeals.
I think we were clear, we fell short on addressing Act 250 timeline.
Right, but it was something.
It was something.
And then if I could just, a couple other things, I'm really concerned about water and wastewater plants. Wastewater plants would typically be at a lower elevation just because of what they do. But those are valuable resources. So I hope on the institutions committee, we'll look at those. And just developing in places with water and wastewater obviously is more economical and it's logical. And what I heard of the gentleman in the airport was more validation about putting development in places that are already developed, because that is where the jobs are typically. And I do want to point us to the new version of the map. And it's the map that we used when we were developing the legislation. And this one, at least my hope is that it will be helpful to developers, because particularly with the 3-year limitation on starting development with the reduced Act 250 levels, we need to get that word out, and developers need to know. And so we need an easy way for them to see what areas are possible. So I know the font is small, but the areas I think are not small.
If it hasn't happened, we can make sure Peggy has the map up for this.
Sure. So, and we can talk about that later or next meeting, but just two things I think we need to get the word out soon. One is the development opportunities. There was a project in Brattleboro that was already underway. They had already broken ground. It was a rehab. They actually increased the number of units when they heard about the increases.
For several developers.
So that's really good. Other people haven't heard about it at
Yeah.
all. So I think that's important. And I think we need to get the word out to the public about resiliency, because those projects are often very expensive, but they work, but they're hard to promote unless you have a recent situation like a storm that reminds people of why they're important. Because they're an investment that's not always obvious. So I think we really, really need to get the word out. And that's what we're going to do in October.
Yeah, I mean, people who like to follow this as a hobby, you know, have been trying to come up with a way to measure all of the projects that now have more units because of the bill. And they're seeing housing pressure be relieved, but they're not ready to release it as a sort of formal study. But it would be great to get as much information as we can in our October hearing, whether it's anecdotal still, or there's, you know, some way to gather more information about an increase in units.
Actual question.
Yes, Senator Cunningham.
When we were talking about moving money around for heat pumps, essentially through Efficiency Vermont, my concern was we've got a 2-month window here. Have we heard any problems with people being able to obtain boilers? I'm told that don't even talk to me for 6-month backlog in heat pumps is better. But I know at least 2 years ago, I had a family member whose furnace died in January, and it was the nearest one is in South Carolina, take it or leave it.
Unfortunately, her bigger challenge being if you're going to switch to all electric heat pumps, you often need to upgrade your fuse box. Go from 100 amp.
Sometimes you have to upgrade.
And those are very delayed. That's what I'm hearing is the actual electro equipment, the upgrading of your fuse box, all of that, your panel. That's what people are having a hard time getting.
And I understand at least that some of the utility lines are, I've heard even one company that can't deliver the power that's needed to do that. So.
Yeah, I think there's a concern around this. I think, Senator Clarkson brought up folks from out of state. There is an emergency order from the governor. It's waived reciprocal license. People can come from other, as well as it's also reduced the requirements for, certain, journeyman or apprentice. You can work on your own with less certifications at the moment. Unfortunately, fire and safety is reporting they're not seeing folks come in from the other state pulling a temporary license to do this work. Even though it's allowed, they're not seeing a lot of folks coming in from out of state at this point.
So who would be a champion for that? I mean, because often we see large companies bringing in people from out of state. So, companies that are national in scale bringing in. But given many of us are independent, plumbers, but they have unions, they have organizations, they have associations. Let's work on figuring out how we can get both the word out and articulate the need. I'm happy to work on that.
Yeah, some of the folks that I've heard having the most success are folks, fortunately, they are insured and their insurance company wants to repair the property quickly and they're bringing in crews and working on it.
What insurance?
Yeah.
Sad about that.
And that the building trades would like to come to our October hearing once we see the data, speak to that.
Okay, but
one thing that you mentioned was that it is a piece that seems to be sort of missing from the solution side for short term is, we have various pots of money to do certain things and you can only do that thing. And when you're trying to make the best decisions today, resiliency, using your money, it's not like it's a linear process where they have everything lined up and they can make the right decision today. They're making whatever they can because they know they got $10,000 from FEMA. Well, 4 months down the road, they might find out that they need to do elevations and then now they maybe made the wrong choice and it's a step backwards. And there isn't a big pot of flexible funding to help people make the right housing decisions with the resiliency in mind at our fingertips today that we can just plug in where it needs to be.
I know that when we talked about the 20 million for businesses, we had people around the table who said, I hope there's some pot of money for homeowners as well. So, I know that that's on the minds of members and to make it flexible, or are there ways to repurpose funds to be more flexible? So I think those proposals would be welcome as
well. Also, it's emergency as
right.
But you can only purpose. There's limits. But what I've been told is one of the big questions is there's going to be a FEMA match. And until we know what the FEMA match is, it could well drain all of our slush funds, our reserves. And so people need to know now. I mean, the number I got from Montpelier for their houses was 1.8 million. Those people need to know now that we are committed to do that, but we can't make the commitment until we know we're going to have the money.
Exactly.
And that's, And so, yes, I don't know what they'll decide to do, but I understand the frustration and I understand these are people like teachers, state workers, middle income folks. They're not going to find housing.
And you're right, with housing, there's more immediacy than in some ways, even more than business, because the SBA's first thing they say is pause, take time to think about how you want to go back, what you want. And in some ways, with housing, you don't have the luxury.
You don't.
You
only sleep on
but
your
I
couch for so long.
But the need for pause is actually important, but it's also such a catch-22.
I don't know anyone who has the luxury to pause, you know.
No, but it's
listen to other
interesting.
ways.
After Irene, people rushed in making choices that they regretted.
Right.
And so it is the first piece of advice. SBA gave it to us as a whole.
I remember, I was.
You were stunned then, now you're stunned.
Okay, so.
A ton of great witnesses here, so I
Yes,
mean,
exactly.
you can always
I mean-
get in touch with me anytime, like,
Right, we'll probably just keep you right there for now if you can stay and continue this conversation. Is there anybody who has a really significant time constraint before 4:30, a hard stop before 4:30 of our final group of witnesses? Oh, I know. I know it's exhausting to be here all day. I see Maura, you're next on the list, so I'd be just as happy unless someone pops up to go to you. And it's something I might have asked the commissioner, but really want to extend broadly whose responsibility or kind of who's going to champion home sharing opportunities, the short-term rentals, the other ways that we might mitigate the risk of helping people house others in our huge amounts of second homes and other housing stock. Because we just need all the solutions on the table. But hi, Maura. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thanks for having me. Maura Collins, the Executive Director of the Vermont Housing Finance Agency. I wish I were in the room with you all. I've been listening to the discussion throughout the day, and half the time, if I had been in the room, I would have just been nodding vigorously from the back. I know Jeff LaBelle and his work at APT and have worked with him for probably the 20 years I've been here. In his various roles, but APT is a great partner, and some of his recommendations, I just want you to know that VHFA is already working on in terms of looking at national models of manufacturing housing and bringing some of those housing innovations to Vermont. In many ways, your testimony you're listening to today is all very out of order. Maybe that's appropriate in a flooding situation where you can't really tell what ends up and you don't know what to do next. But I think that my role looking at the witness list was just to tell you the information you already knew very quickly. And then we can move on to some of the other speakers who can give you some more timely updates. What you're looking at on the screen is a picture of Mann's Meadow in Jeffersonville. These are tax credit apartments that were flooded where residents were displaced. The map is from VPR based on National Weather Service data, where floods were and where rainfall amounts were, to show that while the effects may have been isolated into certain communities that I know you visited this morning and others, they did cover a lot of Vermont. And even before the rains fell this summer, we know that we were in a terrible housing market. We've had record low rental vacancy rates and homeownership vacancy rates. We were the lowest in the nation in 2021, and now we're the fourth lowest in the nation. So anyone who understands sample sizes and the like knows that we can't yet assume that that's cause for celebration. We also know that a balanced, healthy housing market would have us between 5% and 7%, which you don't see happening until you get over here into the Dakotas and some other states. So we do have too few rental homes, and we also have too few homes for sale. And you can see here, this is the number of days on market that the realtors tell us. And typically you would see that homes stay on the market for months at a time. And Senator Cummings can tell you that days on market is not how long between when the home is listed and when there's an offer on it, and it's no longer what I would say on the market because it's under contract. No, days on market, according to the realtors, is when it was listed until when it closed. And so if there's financing involved, we know that there's a good 30, maybe 45 days of time when a home is under contract, but getting an inspection and appraisal, there's negotiations happening and all that. So when you have, that homes are staying on the market for only 60 days, and we know that 45 of those days are probably taken up with getting the lawyers, closing dates set, and the title search done and all that, you can see that homes are not on the market for very long, and that drives up prices. This chart you may have seen before. This is showing you that the green bar is the median home sale price in Vermont, and it's been growing pretty fast. The red bar is showing the median rents in Vermont. That too is growing very fast. For sale home prices have gone up 148%. Pretty much over the last 20 years. Rents have gone up 113%, but incomes, the median family income, the blue bar, shows that that's only gone up 69%. And so if folks thought that housing was affordable 20 years ago, which many of us who bought our homes then would say it wasn't then either, the problem has only gotten worse over time. And that will cause an increase in homelessness. We've heard the statistic that Vermont has the highest per capita rate of homelessness. You can see these numbers here from the point in time count. And you also can see that the cost of housing and building housing has gone up considerably. It's going up at an unprecedented rate. Some of the factors are the increasing cost of materials, of labor, of borrowing. That affects the ability to build back from the flooding, and it'll continue to hurt our ability to make a dent in the housing shortage that we had previously. What you're looking at here is just the average cost of building apartments with the housing credits that VHFA administers. We don't know the cost of building all housing in Vermont. There is no such database. So this is just what we had available. But you can see that the percent change is now up to, it was 34% last year, and it's up 78% just since 2018. So pretty amazing increases. With apologies for my clip art here, I just wanted to say, again, messages you already know, that we have meetings with the state housing agencies, Commissioner Hanford, Gus, Kathleen Burke from the State Housing Authority, the Agency of Human Services. And we often talk about this housing situation right now being the triple-demic. It is a chronically unhealthy housing market, which are the slides I just showed you, on top of the end of federal funding for hotels that you can see here as one of these clouds, on top of now we have damaged and condemned units offline, we have displaced residents, we have these flood impacts, and that is creating a triple-demic, just like last winter we saw with RSV, flu, and COVID. But really, I don't think triple is the right word, and I don't know what the word is when you have 7 or 10. It's the decademic maybe, because we are seeing those chronic housing market shortcomings that make that we have this unhealthy market that I was just presenting slides on. We do have cohorts of individuals who are now being displaced and fearing what their future of their housing is as the federal funding for hotels ends. I mentioned the damaged and condemned units that are offline. We have displaced residents from flooding. Enough people have used the winter is coming phrase. I don't have to. We are grappling with big questions like, will we have fewer locations to rebuild upon? And you were considering that with the South Dakota witness, as well as I know Montpelier is going through a lot of discussions, as is Barre, about where do we build back. But we continue to have labor and material shortages. We have the increased costs I spoke of. We have increased service needs, which you've heard some of, but I just want to underscore that the acuity of the needs of residents, especially in our affordable housing, is higher than we have historically seen. There is greater incidence of of housing managers walking into units where, tenants have overdosed or passed away or are in some acute type of crisis. And so the service needs are higher than ever, and more is being pushed onto the housers to respond to that, as the really well-run social service agencies just can't keep up with all the needs. And then, of course, I'm a financer, and so I have to put in a plug for the sharp increase in interest rates. And something that I don't know if people have really thought about of what is going to happen over the next 5-10 years in not just Vermont, but nationally. And I was talking about this with the state treasurer and Jeff Carr recently, is that because we had such low mortgage rates for a while, and we have such a high homeownership rate in Vermont, if our homeownership rate is somewhere around 72-73%, and many of those folks had the ability to purchase or refinance into a mortgage rate that could have been around 3% over the last few years, that would have been reasonable for folks to get. That means that tens of thousands of Vermonters have 3% average interest rates. The average interest rates right now are bounce between 6.5% and 7% for a purchase. And so those folks who have those very low interest rates are not looking at a future where we expect rates to get that low again. So it is going to take a lot to convince them to sell their home. They may have to. They may not be able to afford that home. They may have a job change that requires them to move. There may be a life circumstance that requires some people to move, but we are not going to see the kind of churn in the marketplace of move up buyers who, oh, I'm having another baby, I need another bedroom, or now I have teenagers, I'd like another bathroom. Instead, we're going to see any modest housing stock that our state has get bigger and bigger as people instead decide to keep their mortgage that they have and instead use some of their home equity or other savings to try to make their home work for them. And I'm predicting that that is going to cause a continued slowdown in the inventory that we see on the market, and supply and demand will tell us that if we have less housing listed for sale, then that's going to continue to put upward pressure on not only for sale prices, but it's going to continue to choke the bottleneck of where renters can become first-time homebuyers. But I really appreciated what Sue Mentor talked about with her experience and trying to bring some lightness to it. And so my graphic skills won't improve, but I will have some bright things to point to. The first one that I'm sorry got cut off at the top because it's so critical is the HOME Act, is the work that you all did. And as Commissioner Hanford was just saying, we're just starting to see the impacts of what the HOME Act is going to do to transform Vermont. And there's a lot of excitement about what has been done, and we just need a minute to have people incorporate that and start rolling that out. There's also some newly named councils, the Emerged Housing Council and Homeless Council, that there was an executive order for, and I know the legislature has supported. There's going to be a kickoff of work doing a lot of forward-thinking planning on our homeless response as well as our housing response. I don't think we should expect that any plan is going to be perfect by December and is going to show us the yellow brick road out of this storm. But I think that we're on the right path to have those conversations. I spoke a minute ago about the 4 statewide housing funders, as well as the Agency of Human Services. We do meet every, we meet every week now. We used to meet every other week, but ever since the pandemic, this housing recovery working group has continued to meet and brainstorm. I know that, yes, it's meeting weekly because we're also then following that, we have a flood meeting that the Agency of Commerce and Community Development hosts. There's a lot of collaborating, communicating, which has been wonderful. I stole the next 3 rays of sun from reports that went out to the Joint Fiscal Committee. So if the further witnesses have different numbers, you should listen to them and not me. But at that report, at the end of July, VHCB was reporting hundreds of new homes that are coming online in FY24 and over 1,000 homes that'll come online in the following fiscal year. You've heard about the Manufactured Home Improvement Program, MHER, and you can see the manufactured home communities that have had improvements as well as homes. The VHIP program has hundreds of units that have been brought online. They said that 3/4 of those units are occupied by people who are coming out of homelessness. I really was inspired by a lot of woven throughout your testimony today. Wei Wei's testimony about the deep work that the Vermont Professionals of Color are doing. We heard about the UVM partners on the mobile home community supporting them. There's just so many people who are standing up mutual aid and recovery resources and volunteers, as well as I want to put in a plug, not just for the flood-related volunteers, but those standard volunteers of planning commission members, design review board members, zoning appeals administrators, as well as housing commission members. There are thousands of Vermonters who know and see this need for housing and are working on the right side of history to try to do better, and that is inspiring. The HOME Act and the legislature did create lots of new program funds. VHFA will be awarding the last of the missing middle funding at our next meeting in September. That's the homeownership construction program. Thank you for the contingency funding that we received, $10 million to stand up the rental revolving loan fund. We look forward to rolling that out. I can't tell you how much my phone's ringing off the hook from employers who have heard about it and are excited to participate. We also got another $1 million for the first time homebuyer grant program. So I'll be speaking to you about that next winter. And we have applied to the treasurer for the local investment 10% for Vermont funds. I call it the LIAC funds. It's Local Investment Advisory Council is the one who helps the treasurer with that. And I anticipate that those awards will be made in the next month or two from what it sounds like. So I'm happy to answer questions, but really I just wanted to, again, level set with, there were storm clouds over us before the rain started falling, and those have not dissipated. And so it's going to take dedicated work to try to rebuild and recover from this. But I truly am inspired about the teamwork and the efforts that are happening in Vermont. I guess the last thing I'll say is I was recently with all the state housing directors in the nation, all their executive directors get together, and we're sharing ideas about what our states are doing that is so inspiring. And it won't surprise any of the committee members to know that I was raising my hand a lot, but what is surprising is that I really think that Vermont was doing everything that I heard other states were doing, if not more so. And I was very pleased to share ACCD's summary of the HOME Act with other states, of which many of them now are looking to us about the specifics, where they'd seen single family zoning be addressed, but they hadn't seen it go so far as to some of the other ways that we defined in terms of looking at communities with water and sewer and things like that. So it really is exciting to view the work that we may all take for granted through the lens of other states and what they're trying to accomplish.
Thanks so much, Maura. That's a good reminder. And I, for one, did like your clip art. It made me feel better about what we're doing.
The sun is always nice.
Yes, it is.
I haven't seen it.
Cool, especially today. Any questions for Maura?
Thank you, Maura. I guess my question is that a lot of what we're talking about for housing is in population centers, or in the HOME Act, it'll be places with water and sewer, and so much of Vermont doesn't fall into either of those categories. And I believe in our committee, you had mentioned that the VHIP program actually had greater uptake in rural areas than in urban, pseudo-urban areas. But I'm wondering if you know of if you talk about other programs that are successful particularly in rural settings.
Yes. First off, I don't know that stat about VHIP. So in a second, when I start talking, I'd ask if Commissioner Hanford knows if maybe he said that. I do know that the rental revolving loan fund that I was testifying in your committee, and that's that new $10 million program. That one was designed to work for developers of housing that are building fewer than 10 units. I'm not saying that there's a cap on the program, that it can only go to 10 units or less. I'm saying that it was important to us that we make a program that worked for communities like you're speaking about, where they may not be the towns where we're going to put a 24-unit tax credit property in, but instead would be smaller infill development where a developer could look to build a triplex or quad and have the program not be so onerous as to not work. We're trying to build some programs that could be on-ramps toward those bigger programs like the low-income housing tax credit program. While we do definitely try to direct new development toward our historic settlement patterns, and we aren't looking for sprawl, we do have a lot of communities that have been in very rural towns for our state's history. And so we do continue to invest in those and rehabilitate them and preserve that affordable housing. We also sometimes look to grow those housing opportunities. So if there was a property that was some number of units in a small town, we may try to add some more units when we go back and give it more capital. So Gus is going to be up next, and I don't want to steal his thunder, but he has a long history of examples of properties that are all throughout the state. But when VHFA has an online map I can picture but not pull up in this moment, that shows that there are very few towns where we have not made investments, especially when you count our mortgage program. We've had, all of Vermont, but I understand the question, which is wanting to make sure that we have resources for communities that may not be the population centers that get a lot of the headlines. I always call them the B towns, Burlington, Barre, Brattleboro, Bennington, all the big Bs. But there are a lot of other communities that start with other letters that might get forgotten about.
Thank you.
I think that's where where Jeff's great testimony this morning. I'm so glad you have worked with him more, because I think we have to start thinking of that new designation of workforce zones. I think that's great. And that ties together both, and those workforce zones, Robin, could encompass larger area. I mean, if you're looking 7 miles out, that includes several rural towns if you were doing it from Hanover. So, I mean, I don't know, there are all sorts of things for us to.
And between the VHIP program and the rental revolving loan fund, as well as scattered site models where we can use tax credits, I think there is a way that we can serve all these communities. I can't think of a community where we couldn't do something. It's just having the program match to the scale that's necessary in a community.
Yes.
Senator Cummings, I was just saying, I like the modular home because they appreciate and value, whereas manufactured homes traditionally have not. And if you go inside of them, it is, unless you bang on the wall, impossible. The layout is the same, the sizing, it's just like a double wide, but it appreciates. And I would like to see us do more of that rather than put more double wides in floodplains.
It's clear that that is a growing industry. There were a half dozen states that were talking about how these different shops were setting up in their states to try out different types of technology for that kind of housing. In West Virginia, it's being used. They use fly ash, which is a byproduct of coal, as a part of the construction. And then in Montana, they had a different type of manufacturing process that was kind of local to Montana. And it's fascinating to watch these different technologies, including number 2 plastics and 3D printed homes and things like that, where there's a lot of new technology that's being tested out in other areas. I know that we get very concerned, rightfully so, about our climate and how some of these are going to stand up. But I think that the next decade is going to be a time of tremendous innovation in this regard. And I think that we just need to make sure that when those modular components are built within the hygienic indoor environment where temperatures are kept to a nice 70-ish degrees, that they can perform as well when they are brought outside and put into our wet environments, our cold environments, and our increasingly hot environments.
Absolutely. Unless there are other questions, Maura, I just wonder when we look to you all for data, for really good data. And I'm just wondering when the next wave of data is that we can expect and what that should tell us.
Well, there's a few things. The Commissioner Hanford's office just put out an RFP for the upcoming state housing needs assessment. VHFA will be bidding to be a contractor for that again, although I'm sure others will as well. We continue to improve the housing data website, and I hope everyone's on our VHFA blog listserv, because we do put out notices when we do big updates to that. The Rutland area, we just finished up a housing needs assessment for Rutland, and then we do have the short-term data. I'm guessing this is what Senator Clarkson was about to say. You asked us to purchase some new short-term data, short-term rental data, and we do have that. And I'm not prepared today to speak to it, but I know that my team has it, and I will look to get you something soon.
By October would be amazing.
And feel free to put both House General and Senate Economic Development on your listserv.
Yeah,
We're not on your listservs.
Okay.
I mean, we can email you and ask, but it would be great to
No,
just
I
get-
know. It has a higher risk of ending up in your junk mail if I sign you up versus if you do, but I can absolutely find a way to do that. No problem.
We'll figure it out. Thank you so much, Maura. I have a feeling you'll stick around.
Thank you,
Appreciate
as
being here all
always.
day.
Thank you.
I'm seeing Jim Levinsky and Tasha Wallace, and I don't know if both of you have talked about partnering in your, I mean, I know everyone's really busy, but it might make sense if both of you kind of complement each other's testimony, but Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you, everybody. Boy, I was really glad to hear from Josh and Maura, and am really happy that we have such smart people looking at the big picture and looking at the future for us, because if there's one moral to this story, is we can't keep doing the same things and expecting different results.
Right.
So that's the big picture. I can briefly tell you the local picture from our view on the ground. You saw the picture of Man's Meadow that Maura showed you. That's one of our properties in Jeffersonville that was really impacted by this flooding. I really have to say, I feel fortunate that, considering we have properties in Hardwick, Morristown, Johnson, and Cambridge, that that was the worst of the flooding for us. We did have a small problem in Johnson, but it was easily overcome, as well as a small problem in Hardwick. Our concerns really for the future are with projects like Jeffersonville. So we have to do some rebuilding there. We're scrambling around to see how we can come up with the funds to do it. But we also want to look at how are we going to prevent this kind of damage in the future? And who do we work with to do it, whether it's our local regional planning commission, state and federal folks. But we really need to start looking at how do we make it so that we can prevent the water from going into those buildings in the future? And how do we use materials to maybe make it so that we're not using drywall that gets so soaking wet, and maybe we use different materials to rebuild with, so that not just if, but when they flood in the future, we can not have such a huge expense to put them back together again. I think we were really fortunate, we did have to evacuate that property. Our friends at Smuggler's Notch Resort actually put people up for free, which was just amazing response from our community. I would like to at least report on our projects that we've been able to do locally. Over the past year, we've brought 67 new apartments online in Morristown and Stowe. People are moving in now as we speak, and that includes over a dozen units set aside for folks coming out of homelessness. We're working with our local agencies to provide services for those folks to help them be successful. But as Maura pointed out, in some cases, it's certainly challenging, but we'll keep working on that. We were also able to overcome a zoning permit appeal in Hyde Park so that we could purchase and rehab a building that will allow us to work with Lamoille Community House and provide 21 beds locally for a homeless shelter in Lamoille County, the first one of this kind anyway that we've been able to do, helping out our partners at Lamoille Community House. I think that it's going to be important moving forward that our communities and municipalities take part in future visioning so that they really understand the scope of the crisis that we face with not just affordable housing, but all types of housing, as Maura pointed out, so that we can get past some of the NIMBYism and negativity that some people tend to bring up that we are constantly fighting when we bring new projects up locally. Towns need to be part of the change. And I understand that there's money available to help to upgrade zoning bylaws to make them more effective and more helpful to our work. But, you know, communities have to want to make that happen, and not all communities do. And especially the ones that seem to be most important to us. I was really happy to hear Josh talk about traditional building patterns and how we're going to need to look at building in other areas that may be a little bit outside of a village or outside of a town center, where it's going to make more sense, where we're building out of places that are susceptible to flooding the way some of them are. And I'm thinking especially of places like Johnson and Jeffersonville. The water spreads out, and we dodged a bullet this time, especially in Johnson with our properties in Johnson. But that's not always going to happen. And we know there's going to be floods. We know they're going to be worse. And we really need to be thinking about the future and how we're going to build in ways that are going to be way more resilient than we've been able to do in the past. As you've seen, it's expensive to build now, and getting more expensive for a lot of different reasons. And I think we just need to face that as a fact and deal with it the best we can. As developers, we work incredibly hard to squeeze everything we can out of every penny that's provided us, to do the work that we can, and to get it done in a fast as we can way. But we also face barriers and challenges. Some of those challenges come in the way of zoning, zoning bylaws, zoning appeals, competing with private developers when we have to go through different processes than they do. So we can't just go out and buy a piece of property and develop it. We have to go through a whole process ahead of time, which takes a lot of time. And as we all know, time is money. So if we start a project this year and it doesn't start construction until next year or the year after, prices have already gone up, and we have to face those. And as Maura mentioned, we also are working with our service providing partners to help provide services and service coordination for our residents who need those services. So we really appreciate all the help that we get from all of our partners and all the support in this work that you're doing. to help make all this possible. And thank you for your leadership today. It's really appreciated. And we recognize it for what it is. So thank you. And I'm going to let Tasha jump in here too.
That sounds good. We'll go to Tasha and then take questions from both.
Okay, great. And Jim and I did speak earlier today, but we didn't collaborate on our testimony. For the record, Tasha Wallace, Lamoille County Planning Commission. I'm just going to mention a few things before I talk specifically about the Home Act. I wasn't able to listen earlier, so forgive me if I repeat anyone's testimony, but I wasn't sure. I understand the committee heard a lot about the need for updated flood maps today. And that is absolutely the case. I just wanted to let you know that the regional planning commissions last year started working with the Agency of Natural Resources to work with individual towns to update bylaws associated with the new flood maps, because once a community gets new flood maps, you need to make sure that your local flood hazard bylaws adequately represent where those flood areas are. So that work, it's with Rebecca Pfeiffer's river section, will be going on for a number of years as the new maps come to Vermont, and they are coming at different times in different parts of the state. I have been very interested in Josh's testimony and the discussion, the need for immediate housing solutions. And I do know that Josh and his folks have been looking at the possibility of winterized manufactured homes and have looked at what available mobile home pads there are out there. I just, our staff has been talking about this and wanted me to throw out just the idea that many of our fairgrounds actually have water, sewer, and electric hookups, and we should explore whether those are viable locations for temporary housing when we are in this emergency phase, because it is very hard to find places to put the temporary housing or to redevelop housing that is not currently in the market.
I just saw the commissioner write that down.
It's well, that's good. So and also I believe it was Senator Cummings talked about the cost to homeowners of a home elevation, and I just wanted to briefly share our experience in Lamoille. We did work with a homeowner in Jeffersonville to elevate her house, and that house did not flood in Jeffersonville. I see Stephanie Smith is here, but I wanted to let you know that the flooding on that home occurred over 10 years ago, and we started the elevation process maybe 8 years ago, and we are only now closing out that project. And the homeowner did have to carry many of the costs of that project for numerous years. And so given the FEMA process, I'm very much hopeful that the state is able to provide some funding for elevations, because it's really challenging to do the elevations with the requirements and with the historic building materials and unusual Vermont characteristics, such as heating with wood or using stone walls as part of a foundational structure. So I wanted to put those out there. And
Tasha, before you leave that, what was the cost on that elevation?
Oh, I wish I could tell you off the top of my head. Stephanie can probably tell you.
It would just be good for us to know, because I know Anna's, I think getting the sense of what the actual cost of doing some of these elevations would be good.
Okay, yeah, I can actually send that to the committee, and I probably, I apologize that I didn't have that right at hand. But it's also true that it's a very arduous process for the homeowner. And if individuals were to proceed with an elevation, they would need assistance quite often beyond the state in order to meet the many administrative requirements. So I'll send along information on costs and some of the requirements associated with that.
Thank you.
And I know it's late, so I'll try and be brief on the home stuff. You know, we were gearing up a strategy to work with all of our communities on the zoning elements of the Home Act when the flooding happened. So we know that our larger towns have started incorporating these zoning changes, but many of our smaller communities just have not been able to focus on this right away. And we're trying to be, you know, thoughtful about when we approach them on these matters, given that the huge demands they have. One in the Home Act, I think it's really important. I believe there's 4 different studies that the regional planning commissions are involved in. One of those is the designation study, and I was very happy to hear that ACCD is incorporating a resilience element in that. I would hope that all of the studies going forward, whether it's RPCs looking at the land use maps, this issue of delegation, municipal delegation of the designations, the Act 250 study by the NRB, that they all specifically include reference to resilience and to the flooding. We need to incorporate these recent events into all that work. You've been talking here a lot about, you know, the vision going forward, and these studies, I think, are really an opportunity to include some of that vision and learn from our recent work and recent events.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
No, I should probably stop now and ask if there's any questions, because I know it's been a long day for you all.
It's really helpful to hear from you both about the picture in Lamoille County. We don't want you to feel left out of the conversation anyway, so this has been helpful. Do we have any questions? Okay. Very helpful. I think there will be fewer questions as we get toward the end of our day, but we will continue in touch. And we did talk to Beth Boy about a visit to Lamoille County. It might not be as formal because we can't do site visits and hearings out of the State House, we've learned, but we do plan to take a trip to see you all in Lamoille County, and we'll let you know.
Well, you know, we're not very formal here in Lamoille County anyway, so it works for us as well. So thank you. And thanks so much for your interest and having so many witnesses from Lamoille, because you've probably seen many of those reports that's saying that per capita, our communities really were hit very, very hard.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you for everything you're doing.
Yeah, thank you all.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Angie Harbin, I see on the screen from Downstreet.
Hey, good afternoon. I've been cutting sections out of this as the time has moved on, so I'll try to be relatively quick. So Angie Harbin, I'm the Executive Director for Downstreet Housing and Community Development. I appreciate you taking the time to talk about the impact of July's flooding on housing. Just quickly, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Downstreet, we are a developer, owner, and operator of permanently affordable rental housing and manufactured housing communities in Central Vermont's Washington and Orange counties. And then our homeownership center provides a full array of homeownership services, including loans and grants to lower income homeowners and landlords who are serving lower income homeowners to Washington, Orange, and Lamoille counties. And then we also provide housing-based support services to our residents and the people living in our service area. As I'm sure you are aware, the flood impacted both the homeowners that we support and our renters. It wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be as I was watching footage on Monday night and Tuesday, but still really devastating. Beginning with the impact on the homeowners that we support, I'm thrilled to share that none of the 85 manufactured homes that are cited in the 4 manufactured housing communities that we operate sustained any flood damage. That was really exciting news for me on Wednesday morning. Of the 163 homes in our shared equity housing portfolio, 13 were impacted by flooding, and 2 in Berry City were very severely damaged, and we're not sure if we're going to be able to rehab those homes at all. So those may be lost homes. In our rental housing, the flood impact was largely limited to Berry City and Montpelier. Most of the historic buildings that we own and operate in these towns had some basement level water intrusion that required some level of relatively minor remediation. I say that because I was not the person pumping out basements. Our facilities team might describe that differently. But 5 buildings were impacted, much more severely. We did have to temporarily relocate 26 families for about a month. Most just getting home yesterday. I say most, actually, we still have 16 families that are in temporary housing situations. So we've got, on Wednesday after the flooding, we filled up all of our vacant downstreet units with anybody who was impacted by the flood, which is really tough on families. You have someone who lives in Montpelier, all their supports are in Montpelier, and we've moved them out to Waitsfield because that's where we have a unit. Or you have a family of 5 that's now being crammed into a 1-bedroom apartment because that's what's available. Other folks are with friends or family or in general assistance hotels. We're hoping that almost everybody will get to be home this week, though I think I say that every Monday and Tuesday. But we know that at least 4 of these families will be waiting another 8 to 10 weeks, just because the extent of the damage to their units requires new flooring, new walls, etc. The damage to our rental housing is estimated at about $500,000 beyond what our flood insurance is going to cover. I know you're hearing about the broader impact from other presenters, so I will definitely limit this testimony just to Downstreet. But I do just want to add that we're very concerned about homeowners and small landlords in the communities where we work. We are hearing from people every day trying to figure out what their next steps are. I think this has come up already a little bit this afternoon. We're very concerned about winter. We know folks have lost their heating systems. We know there is a delay in getting those ordered and back into units, and we are concerned about the habitability of some of these homes in coming months. You are clearly talking about resiliency, so glad to hear it. I wanted to touch on it briefly as it relates to Downstreet. The most common questions following the flood that I got were about Downstreet Apartments. This is where our offices are headquartered in Berry City, and Taylor Street Apartments, which are at the Montpelier Transit Center. Because when you look at the video footage of the flood, they're both completely surrounded by water. I mean, I had people calling to offer computers and office furniture. For sure, our offices were going to be devastated. Both of these buildings weathered the flood with no damage to either building systems or the interior. Built in 2015 and 2019.
They're built to flood code.
They were built to flood code. This wasn't accidental. This was design and it worked. And I don't know that this will always happen, but it wasn't luck. And it was really reaffirming for us to see that. And this, it predates me. I can take no credit, but it really is a testament to Vermont's affordable housing industry, to local codes, that commitment to constructing more resilient homes, and it works. However, most of the multifamily buildings in Downstreet's portfolio are older. They are vulnerable to future flooding. We're working right now with Evernorth, who is our development partner, on a number of these properties to assess the risk and develop whatever mitigation plans we can put together. Right now, as we're rehabbing recently flooded buildings, we're doing what we can in the short term to make them more resilient, but we need to get people back home. So we know that a lot of this is going to have to be tabled for the future. And so state and federal funds for affordable housing preservation and energy retrofits, they're going to be an important component to ensuring the future resiliency of our affordable homes. There's a dire need for new units. We greatly appreciate the legislature's investment in housing. I know you're under constant pressure to make difficult decisions with limited resources. We learned a lot of hard lessons last month, and our residents really suffered, and they're still suffering. And I don't want to do this over and over again or ever again. But unless we have that funding to invest in making our buildings more resilient, we are going to see this happening again. So we do have those concerns. We're trying to really take the time while we have it to figure out exactly what those are, to try to come up with the solutions that might be viable for both the buildings that flooded or those that could flood in the future. And then we have a couple other lingering concerns. I mean, obviously, none of us can fully predict the total impact of this flooding. We all, and I'm sure you've heard about it a lot today, we've got a crisis level shortage of housing. It's going to be worsened by lost homes. Downstreet received a flood insurance cancellation notice for one of our Montpelier properties. So we're working with our insurance carrier to identify an alternative option. We're hoping that one exists. But we are concerned about insurance cost increases to properties that are already operating with razor thin margins. And then we're concerned that the nearly debilitating increases in construction costs, Maura went over those in great detail, that also ties to operating costs. We're seeing those jump pretty heavily in recent years. Those may be further exacerbated. And again, the margins are almost non-existent already. So I think that's all of my high points. Thank you again for the opportunity to share, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thanks. We'll take one question.
Real quick. Angie, my understanding, what the Elm Street properties, you can see from the State House, they were rebuilt after the 92 flood. My memory is that some of that section was rehabbed and some of them were built new, infill. Was there a difference between, I know you've lost one, and I'm wondering, was the difference between the just rehabbed ones and the ones that were built, to assume, flood code?
Yes, so we didn't lose any, but we did have to evacuate one completely, and we are putting it back together right now. I don't believe anything was completely demolished and built as infill. When I look at the photographs, I know that came out in the paper recently. It doesn't look like that was the case. But there was one building that had no mechanical systems in the basement. And the other building had the boiler in the basement, the electric panel in the basement, the hot water heater in the basement. And that was the biggest difference between we have to evacuate the whole building because we don't have, electricity, fire suppression systems, et cetera. It's not safe. Versus the other building where the basement also filled with water, and we did eventually have to evacuate 3 households because the moisture levels were high, but there was no water intrusion in the units and all of the mechanical systems were stable.
Someday I'll tell you about touring that before rehab with Howard Dean the day after the flood.
I would love to hear that story.
It was a horror story.
I believe it.
Thank you so much, Angie. And we've heard wonderful things about your work in the recovery process. So really appreciating what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're down to our last 3 witnesses, and I hope people will remain patient because at least one of them has been sitting here the whole time, and the other 2 have been here for hours as well. Tom Lozon is next.
Madam Chair, how are you?
Good, good. How are you? We've been hearing a lot about
So
prefab
I've eliminated about 75% of my testimony. It's been a long day. Thank you.
Well, we enjoyed starting it with you.
You did. And, on the tour, and, it's important that people get to kind of tell their stories, give their observations, because, we're all in this together. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the past, a little bit about the present, but mostly about how I see the future. Personally, I'm currently a Barre City Councilor, served on the Governor's Economic Mitigation and Recovery Task Force during COVID from 20 to 22, was Barre City Mayor from 2006 until 2018,
We flooded in 11 and 15. This is my third rodeo and last. I'm currently the senior partner at a public accounting firm, Salvador and Babbitt and Berry, and I'm the president of Metro Development. My wife Karen and I own and manage about 500,000 square feet of real estate, some outside the state of Vermont, a lot right here in Vermont. So our early estimates indicate about $3.2 million worth of damage spread across 7 buildings. Insurance will cover about 1.7 of that, leaving a gap of 1.5. We've mobilized all of the resources. The damage affects roughly 35 residential and commercial tenants. We have a lot of large commercial buildings. One in particular, 21 Metro Way, Square in the Floodway, 10 businesses employing approximately 200 people at that facility, and that facility was pretty heavily damaged. Happily, all but one of those tenants are back in business today. That was our commitment. And I can tell you personally, when it was discouraging to see 30 years worth of work, kind of wiped out in just a matter of hours. And at the end of that week, I wondered if I was done. I wondered if I was 50 the last time we flooded. I'm a little bit older now. And I felt done. Talked to Karen about actually putting all of the buildings that were affected up for sale as is and, letting someone else do the hard work. But then all of my tenants stepped up, friends stepped up, contractors we'd worked with for 30 years stepped up. At one point we had 6 dump trucks, 3 bucket loaders, cleaning out a 9-acre parking lot, taking out 600 yards of silt. And that was really the turning point. That's where I decided that I'm all in. Whatever I have to do to make things right, to put things back, to put people back in business. And none of those tenants quit. And we gave them all the opportunity at Metro Way. That facility was so badly damaged. We gave them all the opportunity to rip up their leases and leave. And not one of them took us up on it. They went to work. They cleaned their equipment. They cleaned their spaces. Like I said, they're all in. We are too. So,
Sorry, may I just ask, Tom, is that an apartment building?
that's actually a commercial facility.
Oh, that's what commercial is.
Yeah.
And that was in what?
That was in the floodplain, approximately 2 feet of silt through that entire building, 110,000 square feet. And we cleaned it in a week with the help of a lot of good contractors and a lot of good people. So, the good news is that all of those buildings, we have mobilized resources. All of those buildings are in various states of repair. The first thing for us is safety, keeping people safe, making sure they're not taking unreasonable risks. And so we've restored power at all of the buildings. Green Mountain Power, our electricians were fantastic. We really try hard when we build things. We put all of the panels in meter boxes. We put them at least 4 feet up, and that really did the trick. So we've restored the power. All of the buildings are clean and dried. Smoke and CO monitoring is restored at all of the buildings. Sprinkler protection is restored at all but 2 buildings. So, the safety of our tenants and the safety of our neighbors, that's really important to us. With the residential units, everyone is back in their unit. Not everyone has heat. They all have hot water. We've abated rents for most of the tenants, unless they were totally unaffected. And we actually had 2 tenants on the 3rd floor of a building Cornerstone building. They were absolutely unaffected because everything's up on the 3rd floor, other than having their car get flooded a little bit, but it was only 6 inches. Elevators are one of the biggest problems. Those are about, best estimates we're getting is 7 months out. And we have ordered and put a 50%. We only had 2 elevators, thankfully, that were affected, but we have ordered them already and we put a 50% deposit down on both, and it's still going to be about 7 months.
And has that backlog being at the elevators to us, or is that mechanics that we don't have to fix?
Interestingly, with these elevators, the controls, the pumps, the hydraulics were in the basement of the building. The elevator car was fine. The elevator pit was fine. All of the electrical was fine, but the controls were in the basement. The really interesting thing I learned about elevators is they very quickly become obsolete. With both elevators, and both elevators are 10 years old. They were put in at exactly the same time. 2 different companies got the exact same answer from both companies. They're obsolete. It's up pump. It's 10 years old, but they're obsolete. So I'm getting an education with the elevators. But that, and I think you're going to see that throughout Vermont. You know, we have one of the tenants is Central Vermont Council on Aging. They serve an elderly population. So we're trying to figure out how to, and they're on the second floor of the building. We're trying to figure out how to upfit some space on the first floor so that they can meet with tenants who have trouble navigating the stairs. But that's a little, we'll figure it out. You know, like I said, we're all in and there's a lot of good people working hard and, you know, we will figure this out. We anticipate our recovery time, full recovery is going to be 14 months until we get everything pretty, until we get the landscaping done. Landscaping is going to have to wait until, you know, late next summer and we'll have that done as well. I know you talked a little bit about our ability to restore all of the heating plants at all of the buildings. And that's a question that's been bothering me as well. So I did actually speak. I called, anticipating being here, I called the regional director of FW Webb. They're a very large HVAC supply company. And he said he didn't think they'd have a problem. He said they're already mobilizing resources. They've talked to the factories. He said, you know, Tom, we're already shipping from other locations, obviously, who are unaffected by flooding. We're already shipping hot water and heaters and furnaces. He said, we've already expanded our hours. The only thing that gave him a little bit of pause is when I said, you know, do you think we can do it? The only thing that, and it's not an opinion, it's just his opinion, was because we're making people move hot water heaters, it adds to the job significantly. Moving heaters adds to the job significantly. So I asked him, well, how would you, knowing that we have to be more resilient going forward, how would you do that? And he said, I'd give people the option of restoring what's there in the basement and then giving them 18 months to move it to the first floor. Obviously, we can always flood in the next 18 months, but his concern was the human capital, not the supply chain. He thought that would be okay. And to answer, I believe, Senator, it was your question. Currently, 400 amp disconnects are 6 months out. They're on back order. You had that question earlier. So in Berry City, you've heard about 363 affected properties in Berry, approximately 50 of which will likely be condemned. That leaves approximately 313 properties in Berry that have been affected, but will presumably be restored and habitable again. But I think it's important that we really drill down on these 313. You know, using an average remediation cost of $50,000, which I think is a little conservative, it would seem like $50,000 is a reasonable investment to preserve a housing unit. But is it really a good investment if you look at climate change, and probability is that in 3 times in the next 30 years, that same unit will need rehabilitation again. So it's going to require $150,000, even if you don't adjust it for inflation, over the next 30 years. So the cumulative unadjusted cost to remediate these 313 homes, if you use the numbers I just described, is $47 million over the next 30 years. That doesn't include the cost of flood insurance, doesn't include the cost to temporarily house the occupants during the anticipated flooding events, doesn't include the loss of personal property, which if you use a 50% factor, would increase it by another $23 million. And, you know, and what it really doesn't include is the human cost of having your home taken from you again, your possessions taken from you again. So just like I said, I'm all over the place, so sorry, but I eliminated a bunch of it here. But you all know me, you can call me anytime. You know, just some observations. Uninsured losses are casualty losses. So here's the CPA kicking in. You would know this, Senator. Casualty losses of this magnitude are generally fully deductible. So using a midpoint Vermont income tax rate of 6.5%, every $1 million in uninsured damage, and I think there's going to be a lot of uninsured damage, will cost the state $65,000 in income tax revenue. Businesses are closed, employees are laid off. We certainly know that sales tax revenue is going to be affected going forward. More on the local level, you know, municipalities, we're looking at abatement costs. We're looking at temporary or permanent abatement of property assessments. And we know that we'll have tremendous uncovered costs. It wouldn't surprise me in Barre and Montpelier. I'd be shocked if our general fund deficits in this current fiscal year aren't seven figures. I don't see how we can avoid that. And as I look at the abatement process, we're certainly going to need some legislative assistance because we can abate municipal taxes. If we abate the education taxes, the municipalities are on the hook for that. Looking at an anticipated further effect in Vermont, remember that in Barre, and I know the number is less in Montpelier, 60% of our taxpayers receive a property tax rebate. So if the city council is forced, we've got this anticipated seven-figure deficit. If we do a supplemental property tax assessment, then essentially the state of Vermont is going to cover 100% of that cost for the city of Barre through the 60% costs through the property tax rebate program. So it's just really important that we all work together. I don't want to be sitting there in council chambers and saying, well, the heck with it. Let's just crank the property taxes way up because the state's going to have to pay for it for 60% of our residents. That still leaves 40% of our residents at risk and not covered. So it's really important that good communication and working together going forward is going to be key. We did do some mitigation efforts in Barre. Over on Brook Street, we actually bought 4 houses. That was back in 2017. We completed those mitigation efforts and they performed as intended. Unfortunately, now we all know we didn't do enough mitigation and we really have to avoid. And I was part of those decisions. They were totally fiscal. We knew that there were other mitigation things that we could do in the city. We had a great relationship with the administration. We had received the lion's share of the state grants that were available for Washington County, but it wasn't enough. And we didn't want to increase our property taxes by 20% to complete the remaining mitigation efforts. So in retrospect, kind of wish we had, but we didn't.
Tom, were those houses in North Barre where we were along the river?
It was actually further up. In 2011, we flooded on the Gunner Brook, which comes into Barre, again, on the north end, but on the backside of where we were. We purchased 4 houses and we put up a series of trash racks to catch the debris coming down the Gunner Brook from Barrytown, Plainfield. As you know, when the rivers swell, it just grabs every tree on the riverbank, destroys the riverbank, and you end up with, this incredible amount of debris that jams up under the bridges, which causes the river to divert. And in 2011, it ended up going all the way down Maple Avenue. Probably about a quarter of a mile, and just decimated the homes in those neighborhoods. They did much better this time around. Very, very little damage as a result. We didn't have that debris problem at the Gunner Brook side. We certainly had it on the Stevens Grant side. We had it on the Potash Brook side, where interestingly, the lieutenant governor drowned in my driveway in 1927. Nice little fun fact for you. In 1927, Samuel Hollister Jackson, who was the lieutenant governor at the time, drowned in my driveway. He lived at the corner of Fremont and Nelson. I live on Nelson. So
how are we going to build back better? So no more lieutenant governors.
How do I know more about that? Opportunity. I became a big fan of Samuel Hollister Jackson. He was an incredible man. People had him pegged. They thought he was a shoo-in for the nomination for governor in the next election. Some people had him pegged to achieve all the way to the presidency. He was in his 50s. He was a young man. And so when you think about, I think about history. And which brings me to my last point, which is what I think the history or what the future of housing looks like in Vermont. Interestingly, I've been trying to find out what happened in 1927. Remember, we flooded in November, and remember how many homes we lost in November of 1927. I've been trying so hard to find the stories of what did we do for people. There were thousands and thousands and thousands of people displaced. What did they do? And how did they get through it? Because I think there's always lessons to be learned from the past. When I think about housing and I think about efficiency, I believe, Senator, you spoke to, well, are other tradespeople coming here? We have a real issue here in Vermont. We have a real issue with capacity. You know, we're fortunate to have 30-year relationships with the contractors, and they are taking great care of us. But we are really trying to use our resources wisely. You know, we get the power on for the pretty will come last. We'll be sheetrocking in December, January, and February. Tenants have been very understanding, but I've explained to them we have limited resources in terms of human resources, human capital, and I have to make sure that we're using those resources wisely, so pretty will come last. When I look at our capacity in Vermont to build housing, and the HOME Act was a game changer. Thank you. You know, we have a number of projects in the queue that are going to take advantage of the density, the density restrictions for the HOME Act. Thank you for that. But unfortunately, the game changed. And now we have to look at building even more housing. And while infill development certainly has its place as far as solutions go, it's not going to fix the problem. And it's not going to put, in my opinion, a significant dent in the problem anytime soon. So what I've been studying is manufactured housing, manufactured apartment buildings. Actually taking a road trip. There's a company, RCM Group with an E.com. They're located right in Quebec. And that's this building right here in Quincy, Massachusetts. They completed, in terms of the completion of the units, 170 modules, and this was a 14-week production time in Canada. And as I've looked at efficiency and I've thought about Vermont, I wanted to do it quickly. We wanted to do it in a year and a half. How would we do that? Using our current human resources, our current industry capacity, it's virtually impossible. Getting an entire construction crew to come here from Massachusetts sounds like a great idea, but where are we going to house them? We don't even have enough housing for our own people. So I really thought about it and I said, well, all right, then what if you did 4 80-unit buildings, but we had 4 different modular companies throughout the Northeast working on them at the same time? It works. You know, if you can't bring the construction workers to the project, bring the project to the construction workers. 14-week lead time, I think it would work. So I'll actually be visiting this company up in Quebec. I'm hoping next week. Karen and I are going to road trip it. And it's RCM Group. But group, actually, I left off the E. I apologize. With a last name like Lozon, you'd think I would know better. But it's group with an E.com. And they're located in Quebec. And I just gave some examples because, you know, when I first started looking at modular, I think I was a bit of a snob. When I thought of modular, I thought of a double wide or a single wide, and I got a little snobby. And I look at the construction. I actually spoke to the architect who worked on this Quincy project. And the last question I asked him was, okay, now knowing what you know, you've been through it all. If you had it to do over, would you? And he said, absolutely yes. He spent a lot of time with me, explained that it's a different type of construction process. You don't get to, you know, we all know what change orders are. We've all probably experienced change orders. With most projects, you're making changes on the fly and you're making decisions every day. The architect explained you have to make all of those decisions up front. It's a very, very different process. But if you're dedicated to the process and you're disciplined, the end result is absolutely worth it. The interesting thing for infill construction, if we think about how buyouts might work, well, you can prepare the site as they're building the building in Canada or in Texas or wherever they're building it. So if you have an area where you say, well, we've got to do some mitigation here, and I believe that any future rebuilding plans, we have to include mitigation. We made the mistake. We've done it twice already. We can't do it a third time. So if you think about how that might work, we could actually buy a few housing units that we know we have to mitigate. That's going to be the site of the building. That's the building footprint. And as the building is being constructed, we can run this parallel path, and we can be more efficient. Like I said earlier, to me, the key is going to be efficiency. If you look at every time there's been innovation in the United States, you look at what Henry Ford did for transportation, he did it through innovation and efficiency. You know, if you look at what happened after the Second World War and we had neighborhood after neighborhood of tract housing, they were all the same, but they were efficient. If you look at what we're doing with energy, with heat pumps, it's all focused on, and housing, it's all focused on innovation, and progress is always based in efficiency. And I think we need to look at how we're building in Vermont and think about how we not only mitigate, but how we build more efficiently. But with that, thank you. I went longer than I wanted to, but thank you very much. I appreciate all of you very much. I appreciate your visit to Barry and paying attention.
And I'm sure we'll have lots of questions.
Take your time.
Thank you so much.
I can give you my contact.
You still want?
Oh, yeah, still watching. Yeah.
It's been a really long day.
How have you?
Well, this is a really valuable day for us because we haven't been all over the state. We will be as the Council on Rural Development and Preservation Trust get out and around. Though I took a trip up north and just to your question of rural communities, past affordable housing that we built in Glover and Coventry, and we're happy to continue to do that. And up in Franklin, they're having their 30th anniversary of an affordable housing development that we helped them with this weekend. Feels a little bit biblical times to me because we started the summer with smoke. Remember that? I'm told to stay indoors so long ago, and now floods. But I also thought when you follow Tom and you hear his optimism about the future, that's really, really important. And at the beginning of the day, you heard from a fellow who coaches young people in football. And what he told me later was, despite the fact that he and his wife have 4 kids, they are talking about having that young man stay with them this year. So there's a lot of reason to be optimistic. I'm going to focus on just a couple of things in terms of good news that I think you heard through the day, but I want to just emphasize it as you finish your day, which is the Vermont Supreme Court decided that, yes, there will be housing to be built in Putney after more than a year's worth of delay from an appeal. The cost will, as Commissioner Hanford indicated, go up and pretty dramatically. So I'll talk to that issue. And as Jim Levinsky said, an appeal for a homeless shelter in Hyde Park also got settled just a couple of weeks ago. And in June in Morrisville, in 2 different sites, 50 new units of housing opened, one right in the downtown. I want to mention, but this speaks to some of the difficulties and challenges we're going to face. Our board awarded $2.5 million to Tri-Park, the largest mobile home community in the state, in June. And that was to help to move a maintenance building because 26 households live in the flood, not in the flood. They live in the floodway, not the floodplain, but the floodway. They didn't flood this time, but they did flood after Irene. But I think it will speak to the difficulties because people, although they'll be moved at no cost, and the proposal is to give them new homes that are going to be what are called zero energy ready homes, several households are very reluctant to move. And I think it speaks to the challenges that we all face. There was actually a report on public radio on Marketplace last night about Northfield, Vermont. And the story in Northfield was that a neighborhood of 7 homes did ultimately choose to do the buyout program. And I talked with Tom Levitt, the president of Northfield Savings Bank, just yesterday, and he said that the park that was created performed just as it was intended. But I think one of the hard decisions that local officials and we will all face is where's the buyout program appropriate and where is building up appropriate? And I'm not going to tell you that I'm smart enough to know the answer to that. One of the things I think you'll see the Housing and Conservation Board do is to reach out to the most affected communities. And I had this conversation with the mayor this morning and offer to provide some planning funding. We usually call them project-related capacity grants. And I think they're usually very specific in their orientation, but I think this time it's like, where and how do we rebuild? And I think we'll try to put those kinds of dollars on the table. We did work with the state, all over the state, to support the buyout program. Last time we provided a $2 million match to $8 million from FEMA. But the advantage to our funds was that it could be used in any circumstance. And there were some homes that FEMA would not provide buyout funding for whatever reason. I can't speak to the bureaucratic thinking that goes on there. And so in those cases, our funds were used as the major source of buyout. And what it did was The buyout program only gives a homeowner 75% of the pre-flood value. By adding our dollars in, they were able to get 100% and start over. So I'm sure we'll be doing more of that. Another thing we did after Irene was to help rebuild housing that had been built by a public housing authority in the floodway in Brattleboro to a new location over near the high school. We did that in 2 phases. One of the things that I think Maura spoke to quite effectively is how limited our housing supply is today. You all know that, you're hearing that repeatedly throughout the day. So the first suggestion I'm going to make that I just talked to the commissioner about is, and I think this might have been impossible a few weeks ago, but I think we need to ask the congressional delegation in some bill to get us supplemental 9% housing tax credits for the state. And I think maybe there's a glimmer of hope for that idea because of the tragedy in Maui. If more than one state needs it, maybe it can be put on the table. And I would suggest over 4 years, we need an extra $25 million in the 9% credit. That's the most powerful tool the feds give us. It's very limited. Our usual allocation is around $3 million a year. So when you start to see the kind of vision that Tom Lozon just presented, and you think about needing to do that in a bunch of places around the state and to address our overall housing shortage, we need more 9% credits to get there. And I think we need to put that in front of the delegation as an ask. Maybe we'll fail, but I think we need to get at that. One of the things I suggested to this committee, and I know for a number of reasons it wasn't appropriate this year, but New Hampshire has adopted a housing board of appeals that has to make decisions within 180 days. I think we need to at least look at whether that's a model for Vermont because the court system simply cannot move that quickly. And maybe you can create some other mechanism, but I think, when there's an appeal that goes to court, it's at least a year, and then it's at least another 6 months before the Supreme Court can get to it. And that's just way too long, and we're seeing what that's doing to costs. So that's a suggestion.
I'd like to have them on our witness list for October.
Yeah, and Gus, could those go to e-court or do they go to Superior Court? Because it's a mixed bag. It depends on what the issue is, right?
I believe they're going to the environmental court primarily.
But they don't.
But I'm just saying the nature of the judicial process and how it works doesn't matter whether it's Superior Court or environmental court. It's a slow deliberative process, and I don't want cases not to be heard, but I think particularly in a case like the Putney one, where the community had designated the neighborhood, and they asked for it to be designated. The state agreed it was an appropriate place to develop. We need a faster process to get to the end of the appeal. I'm not saying people shouldn't be heard if they have objections, but the person who appealed had about 30 objections. They ended up only litigating one of the 30, and the judge didn't even, he made a summary judgment. Had he not made a summary judgment, it would have taken even much longer than the 18-month delay that we've had. And the Supreme Court obviously saw no merit. So I guess I just think maybe the New Hampshire model is not the model, but we need to look at that question.
Can I ask just one quick, was it character of the area that was being appealed? Or was it something else?
Yeah, it was everything from traffic. I mean, she came up with 30 different issues.
Yeah, I just didn't know the character.
It was not character.
It's not character. Okay.
In any case, a second thing which you did a few years ago is you created a pilot project at the department, the neighborhood program. And my thought is that for the next 5 years, we're going to have, through the bipartisan infrastructure bill, lots of dollars coming into the state to VTrans and to A&R for roads, sidewalks, water, and sewer. It would be great if that neighborhood program could get some of that money from VTrans and A&R as a subsidy to any developer, for-profit, nonprofit, because I think if we take the cost of infrastructure off the backs of the developers, that can produce the kinds of neighborhoods we all want to see. But that's a big factor in terms of cost for any developer. even when there's water and sewer to the location, when you have to bring it into a big site, it's expensive. So I think 10% can go for building the kind of neighborhoods we want to build. That would be a great thing. And I think that when you're at V-Trans or you're at A&R, you have other priorities other than how do we build smart growth housing. So I would look at the program that Chris has got in his shop. They're just getting it off the ground, probably a little delayed because you've been a little bit busy since the flood happened. But I think that that's a great idea. And then Maura talked about the service sector, and we just gave you a report or gave joint fiscal report that was copied to this committee on what we've been up to. And you focused us, as you rightly should, on people who are without homes. We view people who have lost their housing in the flood in the same way. Well, that's not what the statute tells us. That tells us to focus on people in hotels, but we're looking at anybody who's lost their housing in the same way. We hope you'll agree with that as an approach. But I want to emphasize Maura's point, and this goes to workforce, which is that the service sector is just so broken today and does not have capacity. And so just as you think about workforce, it's not just nursing that we're short of and bringing in traveling nurses, and it's not just the construction trades. It's people who work in mental health, and it's people who work for our homeless service providers, and it's people who work for Sue Minter and the other CAP agencies. Everybody's struggling with these workforce issues, some combination of pay being inadequate, how hard it's been to do this work through a pandemic. And so I just would urge you, as you think about workforce, think about that as an issue that we all have to deal with. And then the last thing I'm just going to say, and I said this to Senator Cummings in her role this morning, is our housing needs ultimately are having an impact on our economy. I saw an article last week that suggested that Minneapolis was doing well because they had invested in housing. And I would say to you that this may be the one place that if you're going to look at how do we raise more revenue, how do we make a bigger investment to advance more housing, I would say to you as policymakers for the state, I think you need to think about how do we raise significant investment in order to invest in housing of all types through the state. So that's, I prepared a lot more, but it's 5 o'clock or a little past now, and I'm going to stop there, I think.
Thank you, Gus. We really appreciate everything you've been doing. I can't speak for the whole legislature, but I think a lot of us could not have anticipated that we would need to include so many newly unhoused people in of the money we gave. We thought it's fair, and we know you need more.
And we're happy to join you in October or whenever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie, thanks for your patience. Take us home here.
Yeah, take us
literally.
As it were, take us home.
No pressure.
Yes.
Well, thank you guys for having me. It's been helpful to listen to the last few conversations and see where this goes. So I'm Stephanie Smith. I'm the State Hazard Mitigation Officer at Vermont Emergency Management. So I manage our hazard mitigation program for the state, which has a goal of making Vermont safer and more resilient in the face of climate change and natural hazards. So the program includes both planning and grants. We have a state hazard mitigation plan that I'll mention very briefly. We update that document every 5 years. Right now we have the 2023 draft in FEMA review. But this plan cuts across state government and includes many other stakeholders that are working to improve resilience within Vermont. And I'll focus most of my time, and I'll try to be brief, on the funding side. So I manage several FEMA grant programs for the state, as well as the state grant program. Generally, the state is the applicant for that funding, especially on the FEMA side in particular, and the municipalities or other governing entities are sub-applicants. So the majority of what we fund is very heavily focused in flood reduction work. So the idea being we want to fix things before they fail, reduce future flood risk with this funding. So on the FEMA side, I'll speak quickly to the hazard mitigation grant program. So that's funding that we receive an allocation of when we have a federally declared disaster in the state. So the amount varies pretty significantly. We seem to always have some pot of funding available under the program, but following Tropical Storm Irene, we had about 32 million available in that pot. It's still pretty early in this disaster, so we don't know the full scale of what we'll have, but I'm anticipating about 20 million from this July flooding in that hazard mitigation grant program pot. So that's FEMA funding to do projects. And we can do a lot of different things with that. So we can do scoping activities to see what is the best solution to mitigate our flood risk. We can do larger floodplain restoration projects, infrastructure projects. We can do property elevations and flood proofing, as well as property buyouts.
Senator Cummings, did you want to?
Those, I think I just heard you that there might be funding available through you from FEMA for raising elevations in home.
Yes, so elevations are one of the eligible options under the hazard mitigation grant program. Tasha alluded to this a little bit, but it's complicated. We did a few elevation projects following Tropical Storm Irene. The biggest challenge we run into is that there's a fairly big disconnect between what a homeowner thinks FEMA should pay for and what FEMA is willing to pay for. And what FEMA is willing to pay for is just lifting a structure and nothing else. So there's a bit of a gap there that makes it really hard to work with FEMA funding for elevations. So there's also a cap on how much we can spend on each project, which right now is $205,000 per project. It gets more complicated in areas like I was talking to the city of Montpelier earlier today, and all of downtown is in a historic district. We're required through the program to follow the requirements of the historic district, but that increases the project cost significantly and might make the projects not cost effective. So that's something to consider as well, but it is an eligible project type.
Okay, but for homeowners not in downtown, they would be put into that same project. You wouldn't do a Lower State Street project in a downtown project.
It depends how we want to put them together. Yeah, but it's, and I think I would encourage you, if you're thinking about elevations, to speak with the Vermont Rivers team, the Watershed Management Division. Someone mentioned Rebecca Pfeiffer earlier. She's the State National Flood Insurance Program Coordinator. And I think they'll have good perspective on areas where elevations make sense and areas where elevations don't make sense.
Okay. And her name was?
Rebecca Pfeiffer. So she's within DEC.
Pfeiffer, P?
P-F-E-I-F-F-E-R. Yeah.
If you want, email Stephanie Smith. There are 3 Stephanie Smiths in state government. This is Stephanie.A.Smith.
That's correct. A
common problem. I was confused. Yeah, right hearing. Very quickly, Stephanie, this applies to anything that you come across that we could take a look at for policy change, but I think this might be the time to talk about any historic preservation requirements in the face of trying to rebuild Montpelier's downtown and not have that cost 10 times more. So I just, I have to think it's worth looking at if we have very expensive historic preservation requirements that will get in the way of safe, climate efficient, and still very attractive in keeping with the neighborhood type of development. Being of vinyl windows.
Elevations work. Capitol grounds.
Well, we face that issue almost everywhere in Weston with the Weston Playhouse. But I mean, there are just so many built, not only down in.
No, right, I'm just thinking that's a whole historic downtown, but I'm open to wherever we
treatment should be fun.
Okay, more, okay.
Yeah, because it runs our historic preservation.
Sorry, it's a big aside, but
historic district.
We work very closely with Laura. That's a good. She's
she is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
One can do it, we can. I think it's worth
So-
looking at
so-
right now.
Yes, so Stephanie, it's great to see you in person, having emailed with you. And I'm Allison Clarkson, so it's nice to see you, because I don't know if you ran earlier. You are
The screen's small,
overseeing,
but I can see.
yeah, right, we're all tiny. You're overseeing the FEMA and state invested program, which enables buyouts for businesses as well, which is critically important for our downtowns, because we've had so many devastated. So, which is, that was just such a great piece of news that we were going to be able to do that. And have you had, I know a number of the businesses in Ludlow, Weston, I was urging people to apply to this, as everybody has been. Are you getting a significant number of, I mean, how are you doing on the application front on that for buyouts?
Yeah, so for the buyout intake form, so it's been up for a couple of weeks now. We have over 150 responses.
Right.
So it's some of those are commercial. I think the majority of them are residential. But there's a decent number of commercial properties on there as well, and they are eligible. There is a requirement that they would likely have to have a benefit cost analysis, which is how we show FEMA that a project is cost effective. And so it will be much easier to do buyouts, especially for the commercial structures, if they've been damaged more than once. So if they were damaged during this event and they were also damaged during Tropical Storm Irene, it will be a lot easier to get those through FEMA review.
Right, I know that's a problem for some of them where the landslides just devastated, yeah.
Right, and landslides, so that's another area where we're working with FEMA, hopefully to be able to do, so on the regular property buyouts, we can do a day before the storm appraisal. So the purchase price for that property is what the current market appraisal would have been on July 8th. And we're hoping to be able to do something similar with landslides, but the guidance from FEMA is a little bit squishy. So normally when we do landslide buyouts, it's landslides that are at imminent risk, which FEMA defines as failure within the next 5 years. For a home that's already been destroyed, we haven't done landslide buyouts for those in the past. So we're hoping to get to yes with FEMA on that, but if we're not able to, that's another gap in something that with a more flexible state funding, we'd be able to do that we might not be able to do with FEMA funding.
No, we're grateful for that.
Are those your points? Were those your points?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, or were you answering a question?
Well, I did have a few other things that I wanted to run through really fast. I know it's late. So I just want to talk quickly about our state program. So right now we have American Rescue Plan Act funding through the Flood Resilient Communities Fund. So the focus there was on projects that are not FEMA eligible. So Tasha and Gus both brought up some examples of areas where we run into eligibility issues with FEMA, because they have very specific little boxes of what's eligible, and anything that doesn't quite fit in that exact little box can be really hard. So that's the pot of funding that we've been using over the last couple of years to do property buyouts outside of the special flood hazard area, for example, that have flood risk, but they just aren't that's not reflected in the FEMA map. So that's one example, but there's about 8 million left in that pot, but we just received 5 million worth of applications at the end of July. So we are running out of that funding. But that's our most flexible pot at the moment. And then just quickly on property buyouts. So we've had a lot of.
Okay, I mean, are those for commercial and residential properties? Okay.
Yeah, so that pot is significantly more flexible than FEMA. So for the projects that we can't get to yes with FEMA, we're able to fund most of those through the Flood Resilient Communities Fund instead.
Let's do all the points and then.
Sorry. All right, almost there.
I remember I have a 4-month-old, so you know.
So since Tropical Storm Irene, we've done about 170 buyouts across programs across the state. So this is the elevations in particular have been tricky, but for the buyouts, we have a really good process, and we're hoping to streamline it even further for this new funding to make it as easy as we can for our communities to participate. And let's see what else is in here that I wanted to make sure we covered. We have match funding for the FEMA projects, so we'll be able to provide 100% for the property buyouts that we buy with FEMA funding. And again, that's if they were impacted, that's the day before the storm value. And I know I came on when Sue Minter was talking. I know the idea of removing housing is a little unpalatable in the environment that we're in right now, but the property owners that are reaching out to me are people that they're telling me that they can't sleep when it rains. Like, they don't know what to do. They don't want someone else to be in this situation. They're living in an area that's unsafe. So I think there's some concern that there's abuse of the program. I haven't seen that. I think the program is very much filling a gap of supporting people that desperately need it. And the last note I want to make is just that for people who don't have flood insurance, if their home was damaged during this event, the most they can get from FEMA individual assistance is $41,000. So this is a huge benefit to be able to have this program as something that we can offer them the full value of their home. And then I have some examples if that's helpful, but I'll stop there because I know it's late and let you guys ask any questions.
Please send those examples in an email through Mike or Peggy. Just Senator Harrison.
2 little questions. So it's fair market value, not the assessed value in the grand list, right?
Yes,
Those
that's
appraisals.
correct.
Thank you. And then how quickly would someone be able to get an answer when they submit an application?
Yeah, so we have a small team and we're getting a lot of interest. So for the people that submit through the intake form, we're going through each line, figuring out if they're in the special flood hazard area, how much the value is so that we know which program is going to be the best fit for them. And then we're starting to reach out to communities one at a time. So we talked to Middlesex today, who's been very engaged and interested in moving forward. And so we're starting to one at a time pick off the communities where we have the most interest so we can get them formed. So over the next couple of months, for sure, we'll be able to get through the full list. I'm hoping sooner than that. But then we'll be able to get applications developed, get them into FEMA review. And that process can take a little bit of time as well. So once we get the applications in, we're looking at 6 months or more in FEMA review before we get final approval. So once they go to FEMA, they've been selected by the state for funding. So it's not like FEMA's not making decisions about what gets funded. It just takes time to get through their process.
Okay. Thank you. It's such valuable information. I'm sitting here thinking this must be overwhelming for a lot of people in the state to try to absorb. So thank you for what you're doing. We'll try to have you and Doug Farnham at our next hearing, which we'll probably go over because we want to have so many witnesses. But I know that Doug is trying to look for funding for case management, that's a separate grant that's being applied for the state, which I think is so critical. And also, as I hear all of this, I just hope that some consideration is being set aside for people who don't speak English. I'll continue to say this often, but I just talked from Barry, a guy who has his home destroyed and his Nepali restaurant destroyed. You know, we talked on the phone between Barry and here, and you can just hear the elevation in his voice of just, help me. I don't know where to start and where to end. And I'm sure that's the same for people who speak English, but not government speak as well. But, just all the navigation tools we can get. And if there's a communication link from you that we aren't getting, if we can add our committee or emails or something to the list, then we can help get that information to folks who need it as well. Thank you.
Stephanie,
so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, because you've already been helpful to so many.
Absolutely. Sorry for talking really fast to try and get through.
No,
It's
so
great. But I'm happy to come back.
Pretend it's the end. Yes, I know, right? Everyone cut out 75% of what they're gonna say. No, we kid, but I mean, these are all folks who are doing the work, are helping people on the ground, are hearing the stories about people who can't sleep at night, are getting that vicarious trauma. We so appreciate everyone who spoke today and everyone who's doing this work. I want to appreciate Mike and Peggy for this witness list and great staffing. Thank you. audience, particularly those who stayed or are watching still.
Die hard.
Exactly, and thank you, committee. Thank you so much. We have a lot of work to do. I know September, we won't formally be meeting. One committee member does have a longstanding commitment, but I hope we can stay in touch. I hope people will send me witnesses and we can have that second forward-looking hearing in October. Wendy, is there anything you want to say about that before we wrap? And then we will go offline.
There were 2 dates that we were looking at, October 17th and October 19th. October 19th, we have the best room available. So that would be preferred, and 4 of us can make it. Senator Brock, the 19th of October.
And are we
Which is a
trying to make this
Thursday.
are we trying at all to make this a joint meeting with other committees so that people can, because it is, as you have said, it's so cross jurisdictional. So it would be great if we could to include as many.
Sure.
I think the issue we're facing is we narrow it down to like one day, we're all available.
Yeah, we can.
And we just want to get as many people from the other committees as can.
Yeah.
I very much appreciate natural resources.
Yes.
And would hope, again, in the future,
Absolutely.
I'll be memoing the committee.
Thank you.
Okay, we're looking.
Thank you. And thank you for being here for the whole time.
16th to 19th of October.
17th or 19th, the
I
Tuesday.
agree that all week.
Yes,
Okay.
For you, yes?
That's really promising.
for the 19th, but not on the 17th.
Okay.
We're into for the
Then-
19th.
The 19th is when we can all meet.
I just need to say that Commissioner Hanford, Gus, and I all have a conflict on the 19th. Just so you're aware, but we are
Yeah,
not your
glad we're
only 2
doing-
witnesses. I just wanted you to know.
Is it an all-day conflict?
We are in Brattleboro at a overnight retreat from the
Wait.
19th to 20th.
But we were planning on doing the hearing potentially in Brattleboro. So does that change?
But if we did it on the 17th, you'd be in Brattleboro a day early, maybe.
That's 2 days
Now
early,
we're
but then.
getting ahead of ourselves. We'll take that information under advisement, but I think October 19th and even Brattleboro sounds good. With that,